So you just recently registered for an event. You've received an email from your organizer that you'll be using the Whova app for the event. It's a new and exciting experience, and we're here to help you through all the steps in attending your event on the Whova platform. Let's get started. In this user guide tutorial, we'll be going over the basic steps in signing into your event, participating in sessions, networking with other attendees, and most importantly, ensuring that you feel comfortable and excited about navigating Whova. Let's get you started out with the basics. If you're looking to watch sessions on the laptop, we got you covered with our Whova web app, the online event page that you can access directly from your browser. However, if you're looking to find better opportunities to network and to conveniently access your event on the go and want to use our mobile app, download Whova on the App Store. Over 70% of attendees use both of our platforms, so don't worry if you feel like you're missing out. First, let's get you signed in into the Whova web app. You've probably already received an email from your organizer with the link to the event. If you didn't receive an event link, don't panic. Simply check your spam box to see if it ended up there, or just shoot an email to your event organizer for another link. Now, simply click on the link, which should lead you to the sign up page. Here, you'll get the opportunity to sign up for a Whova profile if you don't have one already. Click on Sign Up Here and enter your information. Please use the email that you used to register for the event. If you've decided to use the mobile app, let's get you signed in. Simply use the email address that you used for registering into the event. Once you got that done, start filling in your profile. Add things like your education, your professional background, a profile picture, and a bio. You'll most likely head straight into the event, but in the case where you don't automatically find your event, don't worry. You can simply click on the search bar and type in the name of your event. Once you found your event, click on it and then click on the Join button. You'll be prompted to enter the event invitation code, which should have been sent by your event organizer. Once you put that in, you'll be ready to go into the event page. Okay, now that you're in the event itself, what do? How do you get into all the different sessions that your event has to offer? Well, go ahead and get settled in because your virtual event is merely a couple of clicks away. You'll want to use your laptop to access sessions, as a bigger screen will probably make your viewing experience more enjoyable, but you can still always access the event on your mobile app. Let's now make sure that you don't miss out on watching and participating in sessions. On the home page, click on the Agenda tab on the left-hand side of the screen. Now see how to browse all the event sessions so that you don't miss out on your big day. On your web app, scroll through the different sessions that your event organizers have planned for you. If you're really excited about the event, or if you're just really busy, you can always plan out your schedule by scrolling through the different days and building a personal agenda by clicking Add to My Agenda on sessions scheduled for a later time. But for sessions that are happening right now, simply click on them. The content should start playing immediately. Once you're in the session, you'll have the opportunity to engage further with your fellow attendees or with the speakers. Use the chat function to talk to other attendees in the session, or use the Q&A button to ask a question of your own. You can also start by upvoting existing ones. If you're on the go and want a more mobile experience, you can still access all of these features on our mobile app as well. First, click on the Agenda tab. Next, scroll through the sessions and then click on the one that you're interested in joining. You'll then get the chance to further participate in the session, comment on it, and add it to your agenda. In addition, you can go ahead and directly view sessions on the mobile app. Click either the live stream or recorded video in order to access the session content. If your phone screen is too small, you can try out the mobile app on a tablet. Okay, now that you've had your fill of virtual sessions, you should take some time to explore all the other features of your event on Whova. Your experience shouldn't just be about running from session to session, listening to hours upon end of virtual content. Instead, you can also take your time to network and socialize with attendees while also enjoying the event community. First, you'll probably want to see who else is attending the event. Click on the Attendees button on the bottom of your screen. You can scroll through the list of people attending the event or filter by using keywords such as title or company affiliation. You can also check out the Recommended tab for people that you might be interested in further connecting with. If you're not yet the social butterfly that you want to be, thankfully we make it easy to reach out with just a few clicks. You can either say hi with just a single push of a button or start a private chat with them. Whova also has spaces for people to convene in a more social manner. On the bottom of your screen, simply click on the Community tab. There, you'll find important meeting announcements, virtual meetups, or anything else the community has in mind at that moment. You'll want to make sure that you don't miss out on this lively social feature of Whova. In the community board, select the topic that you're interested in joining. There, you can start chatting with other attendees in the discussion space. You can also make a new one if you want. Simply click Add a Topic or Social Group at the bottom of the page. Finally, in addition to discussions, you can also join or organize meetups and virtual meets. Simply click on the Meetups and Virtual Meets tab on the community board to join virtual lunch breaks, game nights, and more. Find a meetup you're interested in and tap Join or RSVP depending on when the event is happening. If you're feeling particularly social, create your own meetup. Simply click Suggest a Meet to create your own meetup. If you're glued to your computer and would rather access these features on your laptop, follow these simple instructions. It's not any different from using Whova to network on your phone. On the web app, click Community on the left-hand side of the screen. Click on a topic you're interested in and join in the discussion. Alternatively, you can also create your own topic by clicking Add a Topic or Social Group at the top of the page. If you feel like you're missing out, join the meetups happening in your event. Click on the Meetups and Virtual Meets tab in the community board to join a meetup. You can also create a meetup of your own by clicking Suggest a Meet. We'll now take this time to go over some frequently asked questions. The first one we have is, how do I choose which notifications to receive? Throughout the event, you'll get various event notifications, such as community and agenda updates. We'll now show you how to update these settings. First, click on your profile on the top left corner of the screen. Then click Settings. After that, you'll find a button labeled Notification Settings. Clicking that should lead you to this page, where you'll be able to change your notification settings. Or you can go to the community board and click the three dots at the top right-hand corner of the screen. There, you'll get the chance to update your notification settings. We'd recommend keeping the majority of your updates on, but you can always go in and update according to your preferences. Next, we have the question on how to find the event invitation code. If you can't find it in your normal inbox, try checking your spam. And if it's not there, ask your organizer to resend you the code. Finally, we'll be going over how to reset your password. If you aren't signed into your app, go to the sign-in page and first enter your email. Then click Forgot Password. After that, you'll be prompted to enter a confirmation code from your email. After you put that in, you'll be able to reset your password. Additionally, if you're already logged in, you can click on your profile and then click Settings. At the bottom of your screen, there should be a button labeled Password. Click on that and then update your password. That's it for the FAQ. If you want to learn more about using Whova as a speaker, exhibitor, or sponsor, you can check out these following guides. Thanks for tuning into our user guide. We hope you learned how to best make use of our app at your next event, and hopefully you got excited by all the different things that your event has to offer.
Okay, all systems go. Thank you very much, Nick. Good morning, everyone. The year was 1984 when a handful of Filipino chemists gathered together in Ilocos Norte, Northern Philippines, in what is to be known in history as the first Philippine Chemistry Convention. Now, that was historic. Okay? It was historic because it led to the unification of the Filipino chemists under one umbrella organization that we now call the PFCS Incorporated, or the Philippine Federation of Chemistry Societies Incorporated. That gathering in 1984 gave birth to the Philippine Chemistry Congress, or PCC, an annual event that brings together professional chemists, chemical technicians, science educators, researchers, and chemical industry stakeholders from all over the Philippines and those from well beyond the archipelago. That was very successful until in 2003, we were too hesitant and decided to not have a PCC because of the SARS scares. Okay, the severe acute respiratory syndrome scale. Now in 2020, 17 years later, it happened again, this time due to COVID-19 last year. Now, while the COVID-19 pandemic is far from over, we are not backing down this time, 2021. And thanks to technology, thanks to UVA and WebEx and whatever, the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress will proceed as scheduled. The PCC 35 is historic also because this is the first time that we would be doing it without having to leave our homes. We are building back better with chemistry as the theme goes. My name is Eric Punzalan. You may call me Eric, and I am your host. Now, I am especially excited today because I will be participating in this event, sitting down in my office at home without having to have my suit dry cleaned. And do not ask what I am wearing other than a shirt and a barong. Okay. I never imagined coming to such an event without shoes or footwear at all. Okay. Anyway, thank you to our sponsors and participants. Okay, Silingit Kalanta. You are the lifeblood of the PCC, foremost. And to Huva and Webex, of course, because we are face-to-face now almost, even if we are not. So before we formally begin, please join me in starting the day with a big smile of positivity. I will count. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, to formally start, let us assume a posture of respect for the invocation. This will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, to be led by our dear friend, Dr. Lilibeth Hu.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord Jesus, give us all present here at this History in the Making Congress the grace to hear your voice and the strength to continue working for your kingdom. We lift up to you, dear Lord, for blessings of success to this special undertaking, mounted by the hardworking organizing committee, spearheaded by the officers and members of the Philippine Federation of Chemistry Societies, who made the conduct of the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress come to fruition despite the pandemic. We thank you, Lord, for bringing us chemists, chemical technicians, collaborators in the academe, government agencies, and the industries, our esteemed plenary and keynote speakers, guests of honor, and the chemists' ever generous sponsors and exhibitors, safely together in this virtual venue to carry on with our yearly exchanges of novel scientific findings, innovations, and knowledge in the pursuit of excellence through unity and camaraderie. Dear Lord, sow seeds of wisdom, understanding, and discernment in us as we participate in the discussions and dialogues in the sessions as true professionals, conforming to the technical and ethical standards guided by the Code of Ethics of the chemistry profession. Dear Lord, bless us with strength of mind and body, that we may surmount the many challenges under the new normal as we carry out our sworn duties as chemists and chemical technicians. We, the vital movers and agents for public safety. We, the vital movers and agents in the national economy. And we, the vital movers and agents for the protection of the environment. Dear Lord, mold us to be the conscientious and proud Pinoy scientists who will always deliver true, genuine, impartial, and honest services which our fellow men truly deserve. We thank you, dear Lord, for the selfless and untiring works of the Philippine Federation of Chemistry Societies, composed of the officers and members of the Kapisanang Kimika ng Pilipinas, the Integrated Chemists of the Philippines, the Philippine Association of Chemistry Teachers, and the Philippine Association of Chemistry Students. Also, the honorable members of the Board of Chemistry and the chemistry technical team of the Commission on Higher Education. Bless all of them, dear Lord, with wisdom, fortitude, vigor, and good health, so that they may continue to be the champions and safeguards of the welfare and well-being of the chemists, chemical technicians, and the allied professionals. Finally, dear Lord, lead and guide us as we carry your torch of hope to commit ourselves and be part of the healing team of the wounded and fragile earth and march to build back better through chemistry. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beth, for a very persuasive prayer. The Philippine Federation of Chemistry Societies has 4 member organizations. It's my pleasure to introduce them to you. I guess this is in order of longevity, yung pinakamatanda. Okay? And I will also introduce to you their current presidents. The Kapisanang Kimika ng Pilipinas, also known as the Chemical Society of the Philippines, led by Dr. Cristina Binag. The Integrated Chemists of the Philippines, led by academician Professor Fabian Dairit. The Philippine Association of Chemistry Teachers, Incorporated, led by Dr. Voltaire Organo. And the Philippine Association of Chemistry Students, led by Mary Michelle T. de las Alas. These are the 4 official member organizations of the PFCS. The Organic Chemistry Teachers Associations, for those who are asking, it used to be a separate member of the PFCS, but it is now, it is a sign of progress as far as I'm concerned, formally the Division of Organic Chemistry of the Kapisanang Kimika ng Pilipinas. So congratulations, OCTA. To deliver the welcome message, let us welcome the PFCS President and Chair of the National Organizing Committee of the PCC 35th, my colleague and friend, Professor Glenn V. Alea.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Philippine Federation of Chemistry Societies, I am honored to welcome you all to the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress. We are very excited about the prospects of conducting this groundbreaking conference virtually. PFCS tried to integrate the best of what we had during the in-person meetings, despite its inherent challenges. PFCS exerted its best effort to ensure that you will have an equally meaningful and productive Congress experience in this new platform. Let us maximize the advantages of this online setting and actively participate. Let us share new knowledge, exchange ideas, interact with colleagues, meet new friends, and learn from each other. After all, we share a common goal: to build back better through chemistry. May we all be instrumental in utilizing chemistry to help our country recover from the ill effects of the pandemic. Let us all play our part in preparing for the new normal and act in unison for a better future. We hope you find the virtual experience stimulating, constructive, and enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Glenn. Your very able leadership has definitely benefited the Federation and the chemistry community. We will now move on to the first plenary lecture. Our speakers will are given 40 minutes maximum for their presentation, and the remainder of the time, which is 10 minutes, will be devoted to question and answers. Participants may forward their questions or inquiries to using the community chat feature of the platform. The first plenary speaker this morning sets the tone of the conference. He will talk about how COVID caused significant disruptions and how it also provided the opportunity to reset our societal goals as we approach 2050. Our speaker is no stranger. He is a Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Chemistry graduate of UP Los Baños, graduated magna cum laude, and has a PhD in Botany Phytochemistry from the University of Texas. He has a long career in the academe, holding various administrative positions at the UPLB, from chairman of the Department of Chemistry to vice chancellor for academic affairs. And he also served the government in various capacities, including as secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. A member and former president of the National Academy of Science and Technology, please welcome Professor William Gonzalez Padolina.
Thank you, Eric. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, loud and clear, Dr. Padolina. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you, Eric, Dr. Ponsalan, and thank you for this kind invitation to the officers of the PFCC and its members to share a few thoughts about how we might build back better through chemistry after we are able to overcome some of the obstacles brought about by this pandemic. And I have the first slide, please. It's just the title, which connotes the prospects of the futurization of chemistry in the Philippines and making tomorrow actionable. Next slide, please. Eliard, I'm unable to see it in my screen.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Are you in the WebEx app?
Yes.
Who is screen sharing? Ikaw ba, Nick?
Yes. What screen are you seeing, sir?
Myself.
Yourself?
Uh, is there a layout button on the upper right corner of your screen, sir?
Let me see. Nothing. There are two buttons. One is for camera. The other one is for just centering myself. But anyway, we can proceed. I'll just tell you when to go to the next slide.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay. The next slide, please, after the title slide. I wish to cover the following topics for today. It's really providing more meat into our aspirations of sustainability and a couple of suggestions on how we might set the stage for the reset. Among many other prospects of resetting the stage, I chose two, which hopefully can trigger more discussions and also initiate more action on the part of the members of PFCC and other chemistry professions. Next slide, please. Let me deal first with the drivers of change and the challenges of the 21st century. There are many of them. We are not able to cover all of them, but I hope this flags the many complex situations that we need to confront. And there is no longer room to look at a one-size-fits-all approach. It is not possible to solve these problems by just looking at one way of looking at all of them. We have to accept the complexity of the situation. And the more we simplify things, the farther we are from the solution. Next slide, please. Let me just appraise you of the latest key findings as reported by NEDA on the impact of COVID-19 on our economy. The most important, of course, is its cost to our present and future activities. The long run total cost is estimated to be at 41.4 trillion pesos in net present value terms. In 2020 alone, it cost us 4.3 trillion. But the more concerning thing is that it will take a bit of time before we will be able to recover. And that's 10 years from now, even to the pre-pandemic growth path. Now, this should disturb all of us because that's quite a long time. And I don't know whether we can cope with that, both personally, economically, and as a nation. Next slide, please. So this really brings us to an excellent opportunity to build back better, to reset our ways, embark on the paths of genuine change, and be willing to make choices. That means some of the things we're doing now will have to close. We will have to retool. We will have to reorient. And we have to have the courage to say, no, we have to cut this. We have to go this way because it's not going to take us anywhere and it's not consistent with the path of sustainability. The question, next slide please, of the human environment is not new. In fact, we are this year going to observe, or we have observed, the 50th anniversary of the first conference conducted by the United Nations on the human environment. That was in June 1972. And there, and I recommend you read that document because it contains a lot of things that we should be doing, that we should have been doing. But it took another conference in 1987 under the chairpersonship of the former Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, which now is the living document for sustainability. So please take time to read the two because there are many challenges for science that are stated. And unfortunately, even if we are already at the 50th year of the first conference, things are getting worse. Next slide, please. Now, let's take up the issue of sustainable development. And as a chemist, harmonize the aspiration with the science. In other words, how do we operationalize? The next slide, please. The definition that it should not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, but also take cognizance of the two concepts. One is that sustainability has to give priority to the needs of the world's poor. And second, the idea of limitations, most of which we have really taken for granted. Because whenever we cite this particular definition, we stop at the first sentence, which is for future generations to meet their own needs. But we should read the document and see that there are two other components which we need to address. Next slide, please. And what I'd like to impress upon everyone today is that there needs to be a scientific basis for this aspiration. And what are these two scientific bases which can be gleaned from these two documents? First is that as scientists, we must be able to define, and as chemists, on the molecular basis, the Earth's ability to regenerate itself, which is also called environmental resilience. And second, define also on a scientific basis with certain indicators, and as chemists on a molecular basis, the Earth's ability to absorb waste. Because we need to confront and manage potentially irreversible changes at the boundaries of restricted opportunity space. Next slide, please. It is also very important for us to realize that to produce from nature is to change nature. No way will we be able to keep the pristine condition once we produce from nature, if we are producing food, whether we're doing it using conventional farming or organic farming or urban farming, we are changing nature. And if we are exploiting our natural resources from the aquatic bodies, the marine and freshwater resources, from our mineral resources, we change nature. Next slide, please. And how do we do that? Because we are part of the technosphere. And let me focus on our part as chemists of the technosphere, which is the local and global chemical industry. Let me first make sure we are on the same wavelengths when we define technosphere. And here I offer the suggestion or the definition by the originator of the term, Professor Huff. The technosphere is the interlinked set of communication, transportation, bureaucratic and other systems that act to mobilize fossil fuels and other energy resources. And this is considered to be an emerging global paradigm, which we probably need to accept by now, with similarities to the other spheres, like the lithosphere, the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, and the biosphere. In other words, we need to recognize it's part of a system, and we need to manage it as part of a system. The proliferation of technology across the globe defines the technosphere. Next slide, please. And the next slide just gives you an example of how far we have gone, especially with regard to the exploitation of rare earths, iPods, wind turbines, fiber optics, energy efficient fluorescent bulbs, etc. Next slide, please. And the Philippine chemical industry is characterized by the Department of Trade and Industry. It's the third largest manufacturing subsector. And we produce about 330 billion, produced in 2009, 330 billion. I'm sure this is much more in recent years, but the combined chemical imports and domestic production of our chemical industry is close to 14 billion. Now, reduce that into products and reduce the products into molecules and see how we are able to introduce themselves to Philippine society. Furthermore, there are 1,400 registered chemical manufacturing firms employing 93,000 personnel. I don't know where they are now with the COVID. There are 32,000 chemical professionals and over 360,000 engineering students enrolled every year. And as a throughput, 60,000 graduates. 33 universities offer chemical engineering, and 50 schools offer chemistry. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the kinds of products that our local chemical industry are engaged in. The ones that are shaded and bordered with red are where we are active. And you see, for example, in the case of commodity chemicals, we're active there. Intermediate chemicals, we're active. And in marketing and sales distribution. There are gaps like basic chemicals and specialty chemicals, which we need to probably think about as we undertake our research. In fact, many say that the problem that we are facing in advancing our pharmaceutical industry, for example, is that we do not produce and we do not have access to fine chemicals, which is a building block for new molecules and eventually drugs. Next slide, please. Globally, there's a very interesting document that I like for all of you to access, and it's the Global Chemicals 2 Outlook of 2019 that was published by the United Nations Environmental Program. And you can see from here, the chemical industry is huge. 5 trillion in 2017 and expected to double by 2030. I don't know how COVID will have affected that, but it is driven by many, many things: construction, agriculture, electronics, and hazardous chemicals and other pollutants continue to be released in large quantities. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the chemical industry is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. We release waste from waste dumps, sources of air pollutants. Hazardous chemicals are also released indoors. I don't know if you have noticed when you buy a new car, you smell strange things, which eventually diminish, but for about a year, you're there inhaling a lot of these things. This has been analyzed, and it's interesting to see what kind of vapors you are taking in. Furthermore, we also release to water bodies and to the soil. Next slide, please. And there are many products where we are able to introduce molecules into the environment, volatile or semi-volatile. And they come from products like, cosmetics, your personal care, your packages that you use for food. And in fact, there are studies on how the molecules from these packaging things move into the food. And also, of course, when you move these products, transport them throughout the world, you are in fact accumulating human-made material stocks. And if you don't handle them, they will be persistent and remain where they are brought. Furthermore, there are releases from municipal and hazardous waste. I don't know if anybody has studied Payatas, the garbage dump, or any of the landfills, but solid waste recycling is fortunately being taken cognizance and is increasing throughout the world. The next slide shows you just what we need to be worried about. And that is some estimates of a proposed boundary beyond which we already exceed what the two components of a science-based sustainability effort would be. Number one is the Earth's ability to regenerate itself, and second is the Earth's ability to absorb waste. I don't know when you propose a research proposal whether you take these two into consideration. What will happen to the new molecules that you produce? What will happen to the new devices that you are able to put together? What will happen to the product that you are able to patent and sell and commercialize when its life cycle becomes obsolete? And there are many examples that we now face with this particular concern because of the activity, the intense activity of the technosphere. And here you can see some boundaries that already have been exceeded, especially those affecting climate change. And I also recommend you read this particular paper by Rockstrom because he has done a lot of things on how we can look at the carrying capacity of the Earth in view of these two very important concerns on the scientific basis of sustainability. Next slide, please. And in fact, based on an estimate, we have already exceeded what our Earth can regenerate this year. And that point fell on July 29 this year. So even with COVID, we have already exceeded, and COVID has already reduced very much a lot of our activities. And this should be a point of concern because if you look at the time series graph of this, there is a every year an earlier date where we exceed our ecological resources and services that can be handled by the regenerative activity of the Earth. Next slide, please. So, are our environmental concerns solvable? And can we restore the natural world that has been domesticated? Next slide, please. The proposal, and this is not mine alone, is to look at establishing, all of us, a circular economy. And it's not just the circular economy, we have to have a circular lifestyle as also. Next slide, please. Now, many of those who have analyzed the technologies that are available now in this particular century say that the heart of all of this is the molecular revolution. This is a book by Juan Enriquez, a professor at Harvard, one of my favorite readings, and the title is As the Future Catches You. And again, I recommend you look at this as you try to now reorient your thoughts about what to do with chemistry, what kind of research to undertake, and what kind of concepts to teach to our students. Next slide, please. There are new game changers, of course. You recognize this, and some of you are already engaged in this. Biotechnology, nanotechnology, and material science, sensorization, big data, artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, neuroscience, study of the brain, learning engineering, and sorry, I missed it. It's another one is space science. Next slide, please. But having all of these tools in our hand, we have to be aware of the conditions for human productivity. That health and wealth are completely dependent in the way we handle natural cycles. And that a large portion of the raw materials that we have now extracted have affected our environment, and it is essential to remember that such disruptions may be fatal for us. It is essential that the cyclic flow of materials are the basis of perpetual processes. It is the waste. If the wastes are not recycled, no process can be sustained, and it will come to an end. But come to think of it, it's all molecules. It's all molecular. Even the Earth's way of regenerating itself is going to be monitored on a molecular basis. Next slide, please. So this is now the circular economy, which talks about raw materials being processed through a production process. And you can see an internal recycling process. These products are then moved to the consumers. They have the consumer products. And you again are confronted with the reuse of these products. There is, of course, not 100% opportunity to reuse. You have wastes, and the waste go to waste management as well as waste from production, which are then managed to be recycled. And the recycling process also produces something that needs to be managed as waste. And in an ideal situation, hopefully this will be realized, we can recover material to input again to the production process. There are many cycles that you can see here, and that is for us to define and for us to understand and for us to provide the information so that they can be managed. There are unidentified health risks. There are environmental risks. And we also do not know completely the kinds of molecules that we are able to produce and release to the environment as we go through these different processes. Next slide, please. It is important to appreciate the value chain of the chemical industry and the kinds of molecules that we emit and release to the environment. From the time we extract our raw materials to the time we process and manufacture, and then feed whatever intermediate products to a downstream chemical product manufacturer, convey it to the consumer, and the industrial and consumer products use it and hopefully reuse it, and the industrial and consumer products have to be disposed and considered as waste. How do we tie all of this in so that we see a cycle that is consistent with the rhythm of activities of the Earth's ability to regenerate and its ability to reduce, to absorb waste? And here is an interesting example of paper. Do we know that when we dispose of this, and because we are heavy users now of paper with many LGUs banning the use of the single use of plastics, that we generate mineral oil hydrocarbons, phenols, phthalates, PCBs, and metals as we are disposing of these paper products. What kinds of molecules they are in terms of very specific compounds we need to define. Next slide, please. And again, this shows how these different components in terms now of human activities interact and how they are very closely related, both in terms of supply and demand. And at the end of the day, they have an impact on the recycling and waste sector, whether they are input or output users of the recycling sector. The consumers here are identified as a main supplier of materials for recycling and waste. But note in this diagram that there is a box for final disposal. And that is what we need to understand. Next slide, please. This is just to show you that whatever activities we undertake as chemists to try to preserve the integrity of the environment is related to all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, we don't have time to dissect all of these impacts, but this shows you there is not one of them that we are not going to have an impact on. And so the responsibility is heavy for us. Next slide, please. And that brings us to the concept of sustainable chemistry, which is the design, manufacture, and use of effective, efficient, safe, and more environmentally benign chemical products and processes. This is a big challenge because some of the products we are producing now do not satisfy this or satisfy only parts of this, and we have to undo some of these legacy tendencies. And here, the products are the use of renewable and recycled feedstocks. In fact, there is one thought in many of the discussions I have attended that we should only extract molecules once from the earth. That means we reuse it and recycle it. Increased energy efficiency and avoidance of substances that are persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic. Now, having all of these concerns and all of these tools and all of these suggested directions to take, how do we set the stage for the reset? And here, again, I propose we establish the science base for a circular economy. Because as chemists, you will not deny that now we have tools that will allow us to see more, to detect more, and to sense more. What a very powerful set of capabilities. And why don't we use it so that we are able to assure the sustainability of human life in this planet? This requires long-term thinking. And this is not easy to do, but we need to be able to engage in it and participate in it and share our thoughts about it. It cannot be business as usual. And as I said earlier, we have to be prepared to make hard choices. We have to be prepared to bite the bullet because we can no longer conduct these things the way it's being conducted, the way we are contributing to the hastening of global warming, which is coming back at us because we are experiencing extreme weather conditions now. Next slide, please. And that is the circular economy. And our contribution to the circular economy is to be able to provide information on biogeochemistry, which is the basis for recycling. Next slide, please. This is a very interesting diagram by the winner of the Japan Prize in 2010, Professor Vitutsek of Stanford. And look at how human activities in industry, agriculture, have impacted on just some of the basic elements like carbon and nitrogen and how they contribute to the impact of global change and the loss of biodiversity. Next slide, please. Biogeochemistry is defined as the study of how chemical elements flow through living systems and their physical environments. It investigates the factors that influence cycles of key elements such as carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. There are two important points here. For us chemists to understand how we will conduct experiments and research in biogeochemistry, we need to be conversant with two basic disciplines. One is our own chemistry discipline, and the other one is biology. This should flag an opportunity to those designing curriculum in chemistry that we should have more biology, because in fact, we are now in a digital biogenomics age. And we cannot handle biogeochemistry if we don't understand living systems, the molecules of the living systems, how they interact, how they are metabolized. Next slide, please. And this shows you just an example of the kind of focus that we can looking at non-point sources, which is very difficult, and point sources of pollution. And this is just pollution for water. We need to attend to air. We need to attend to the soil. Look at just how wide the agenda could be, and look at why we need to rethink about what we're doing now. Next slide. And this shows you again the system that we have to deal with. Aside from these four, you need to add the technosphere, which perturbs many of these, as we now know. Next slide, please. And these are just some examples of the long-term experiments and research that is taking place in biogeochemistry. And the need, next slide, please, to deploy sensors. One of them could be biosensors that will allow us to monitor changes in the environment, changes in concentration of molecules in different systems, and how we will be able to process the data. Furthermore, we have the mechanism of biodegradation, which is really a system where we think about materials being transformed, and the transformation is catalyzed. And finally, we have a degradation system. But next slide, please. These are mainly microbially mediated processes. There is a pervading view that it is very slow. And next slide, please. We must be aware that not all biodegradative processes produce safe molecules. In fact, there are papers already which have been published that show that biodegradation may in fact be more harmful if not done with the proper microorganism or the proper system. And here you have the different functions of the microorganisms, which you all are aware of: bioaccumulation, ion exchange, precipitation, surface complexation, etc. Next slide. And there are many unusual microorganisms, and this has been my call to the biology sector. Revive our microbiology curriculum and our capacity to study microorganisms. I think they are going to be the main tools of future sustainability. The more we understand them, the more we're able to identify them, the more we are able to see the wide variety of genetic material that we can now transfer and move around, so that we can increase the capacity of natural systems to cope, not only adapt, but also mitigate the effects of environmental degradation. Next slide, please. For example, you have a microorganism that uses carbon dioxide as the sole source of carbon. And let me now move on to just a specific proposal so that we can also generate new wealth while we are looking at the environment. And this is the potential of biocommerce, to try to orient the way we handle our biological resources so we can produce high-valued goods through sustainable processes. And this is a diagram which tells us the potential of biological materials, what kinds of products we can produce, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, feedstocks, flavors, and fragrances, and just a proposal on how we might manage a biocommerce value chain by making sure we are aware and we have a correct reading of the market, and that the production of the goods will fit the needs of the market. But it has to go through a very rigorous process of not only analysis, but also toxicological and metabolic clinical tests, and also to try to breed elite varieties from our biological resources by making sure we have the genome, we know the genome of these different sources. And you can see from the next slide the various sources that we now are able to tap. But I am sure a very small percentage of them have their genomes defined. The biocommerce market, as it is now, is really one that addresses health and wellness, taste and well-being, fragrance and beauty. Next slide, please. Next slide. And the emerging applications of biological resources are many, but let me focus only on a few. First is oleochemicals. I don't need to explain this. Many of those attending our convention or conference now are from this sector. The global oleochemicals market is huge and expected to grow further. And we have the coconut as a material for us to participate significantly and reliably in this market. The next slide shows you other applications of oleochemicals. It is wide, and I'm sure we can find more of them. And very few of us realize that we have a unique material in our hands, and that's the 15% content of medium chain fatty acids in coconut oil. And next slide, please. And the next slide is the composition of coconut oil. Again, I'm showing this because I don't know how many of us have analyzed the minor components of coconut oil, the monoacylglycerides, the phospholipids, the glycolipids, the sterols, and the tocopherols. We always talk of them, but I have yet to see a publication that shows the structure of all of these, the molecular nature of all of these. Next slide. The medicinal plants. We are active participants in this. According to DTI in 2011, we had a contribution of about $153 million. And the major contributor are the medicinal plants. This next slide, please. Next slide. And the uses of the approved medicinal plants by FDA are 10. I don't know how many of them have already been commercialized, but my concern is really the identification of the active components, whether they are synergistic or whether they act alone. A lot of work still has to be done. Otherwise, how can you standardize the products if you don't know the active components? Next slide, please. Drugs from marine sources. We have active participation in this. Those that will be able to replace morphine without the side effects, like a seconotide, and another marine drug that is derivatized, eribulin, for some ailments. Colorants, very few have really gone into this market. It's a big market too, and growing. And for now, next slide, please. Next slide. We have a few of our biological sources that we can tap. Achuete, turmeric, common algal pigments if we want blue, like phycocyanin. And if we try to look at our insect population, we might be able to look at colorants, because the Dactylopus coccus beetle is the source of a very deep purple, deep red colorant in South America. It is a beetle, and you extract the colorants from it. Next slide, please. Flavors and spices: vanilla, labuyo, ginger, onion, many of these. Vanilla is a very high valued flavor, and it's an orchid, and we have very, very little participation in this trade. Next slide, please. Essential oils, ilang-ilang. We are told by the perfume industry that there is no perfume which does not contain ilang-ilang oil as a base oil. And unfortunately, we have been overtaken in this production by some of the African countries, but there are many more that we can look at for essences and perfumes. Next slide, please. The natural biopolymers, nata. I don't know if some of you have seen the most expensive headphone produced by Sony. It's $6,000, and the vibrating membrane is a very thin membrane made out of nata. And there are many other biopolymers that we can derive from our resources. Natural toxins have to be monitored for biosecurity and biosafety purposes. But let me end by saying that all of these need talent, and all of these talents need to be retained, because talent is going to be the key factor that will make a difference in our innovation and competitiveness activities. Next slide. Next slide. Our national innovation system has to be well understood, well managed, well funded, and empowered, so that the scientists can make decisions and not depend on hyper-regulated systems. If we don't change that, our reset activities will come to naught. This is a very important institutional factor, hurdle rather, that we need to change in our regulation towards innovation. Next slide, please. So we need to accelerate the development and the retention of talent in chemistry, and they cover from chemists to chemical technicians to very skilled workers, especially for those who are pursuing advanced degrees, MS and PhD. Most of them are being trained for academe. I think we should reset part of it so that they can be trained for industry, because industry needs this if it wants to be able to cope with the requirements of product sustainability. No brain, no gain. Next slide, please. And actually, I hope you realize from the way I have discussed these concerns that everything is chemistry. Everything is chemistry. And the next slide. We have to ensure the balance of technical disciplines, make sure that we have in the Philippines, in residence, or in our diaspora, people who will help us in analytical chemistry, organic chemistry, physical chemistry, biological chemistry, inorganic chemistry, and polymer chemistry. I have looked at your posters and I see there is very little being done in inorganic chemistry as far as the posters are concerned. I hope that is not reflective of the kind of attention it is being given in our instructional program, both at the undergraduate and graduate level. Next slide, please. There are also applied areas of chemistry, which you are all familiar with, and many of you come from many of these sectors. Next slide, please. But we must not forget to make sure we continue to undertake fundamental research, because that is the basis for innovation, the basis of new knowledge. Unless we know what is at the molecular level happening, it is not possible for us to manage it effectively. Finally, just to make sure we are aware of the cycles of the products in the value chain, we need to be able to kind of develop our own niches so that we can monitor the impact of the molecules we produce in each of the stages of the value, the global value chain and our local value chain. I hope this, next slide please. I hope this brief presentation has given you some additional thoughts, and thank you for the opportunity to share, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Padolina, for the very inspiring message. Biogeochemistry, circular economy, technosphere, planetary resilience, sustainable development, those are big words. And it can be mind-boggling for the typical chemist. The challenge really is how we can effectively act locally while striving for change globally. We have a few questions here posted by our participants, and I will. We have 12 minutes for the Q&A, so that's good. One of the questions is this from Miss Filipina Ilagan. She was asking, how do we deal with waste from research activities?
That is a very important question. Because of the nature of our Clean Air Act in the Philippines, we have to probably find a way to get our used chemicals, for example, so that they can be disposed of safely. For now, you may have to store it unless you can afford to have it exported. At the International Rice Research Institute, when I was working there, we were spending about $50,000 a month to export our solvents, the ones that we have used. And they are brought to some, I will not name the country, and burned, incinerated. I hope that we will find the sense to revive or to allow incineration in the Philippines at a very controlled.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Sir, can you kindly turn on your camera so we can see your face? Yeah. Yeah, we have
Can you see me now?
technical group. Can you confirm Dr. Padolina's video?
No, sir, not yet po.
Not yet. Okay, maybe it's the internet. Not yet, sir. I can see your name though. So anyway, while we're waiting for the technical group to fix that, Yeah, you mentioned incineration. I personally, I kind of monitor the way we monitor the way we handle solid waste in the country, and I don't see much success in the solid waste management provisions. What do you think of waste to energy conversion as a means, maybe as a band-aid solution to the solid waste issue as of this time?
Yeah, there are two aspects of that. One is to burn it, just like what Austria is doing in Vienna. In the heart of Vienna is an incineration plant. The other one is to convert it to methane anaerobically. But that's going to make sure that you're only handling biodegradable materials. Um, this is a big challenge because um, solid waste over time release molecules to the environment too. We have a common notion that it stays there. No, it doesn't stay there. They leach out, and over time they get to poison the environment. Um, I, 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 I still think we need to study how each of these different kinds of solid waste can be converted and can be degraded.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying now. It's complex. It's complex. So you need to be able to handle the complexity of these. These are different materials, they're different molecules, they're different structures, they're different ways that they are compounded, and they need to be understood.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Because I've been reading about the European initiatives in waste to energy conversion, like Sweden is importing solid waste from neighboring countries just to fuel their waste to energy power plants. We have another question here from, there's a request for reference materials from your presentation. So can we inform the requester that a copy of the list of references may be made available to the organizer, so we may give them a copy?
Sure,
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you very much, sir. So that answers the question. All right. The other question here that just came from Messenger. Thank you, Facebook. Thank you, Messenger. Good morning. This is from Miss Janet Morata Fuentes. Good morning. Is there any future plan to revisit the chemistry programs, both at the tertiary and secondary level, to integrate other fields like the ones mentioned? Microbiology, and me personally, entrepreneurship. Sir?
There, there, there is no way we should not visit this. We, as I said, it cannot be business as usual. We have to change. We have to make sure we are at best, you know, catching up with the concepts that we are teaching our students and those who will then man the leadership of the future generations. If there is resistance to technological change, it may be societal, social, and the political factors. But this should be overcome. There is no way we can move forward unless we revise.
Yeah. Okay, I guess that's I guess that the members of the technical panel or technical committee for chemistry are here with us. Dr. Dairit is here with us, so he can forward that to the CHED. The other question is, how can we retain critical mass of our MS and PhD graduates, especially in inorganic chemistry, given that there are limited industries doing R&D in inorganic and catalysis, for example? From John Marty Mateo.
You know, if you're looking at the critical mass of organic chemists, it is it is also partly the fault of those managing chemistry departments. They should make sure there is a balance. That's why I put up all these disciplines. Let us not just recruit people because they are available. By the time we see our profile of chemistry professors, baka puro biochemist na yan.
Yeah.
Now, we are going to be severely crippled by the lack of this balance. And this applies not only to chemistry, but to other disciplines. And that's why I'm putting forward an agenda. Let us address an agenda. When we send people for research, for PhD, for masters, let us be cognizant of the agenda and not just cater to the needs of the receiving professor, which is if they are in a different country, they have a different agenda. They have different priorities. So I always like to advocate, and this was when we were running Picari, the project proposal for your thesis and your dissertation must be tied up with the project that you are undertaking in the Philippines. And that should also take cognizance of the fact that you earn your degree and you also solve a local problem. How do we retain this? It's a big question. It's a combination of factors, mainly the environment within which we undertake research. But my view is that if we want to address all of these concerns at a timely manner and not wait for events to overcome us, to overtake us, we need outside help. We need to bring in talent from outside. Otherwise, if we wait for our people to earn their degrees, and not many of them are pursuing advanced degrees here and abroad, it's not going to help us any more because it's going to be a very slow process. And by the time we
I agree.
wake up to it, wala na. We're already overcome by events.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Do you think that it is high time that sustainable chemistry, green chemistry be already included or institutionalized in the BS chemistry curriculum from Maria Katrina de Paz?
It should have been institutionalized way
A long time ago.
earlier. 1972 pa yung
Okay.
UN Environment Conference.
Yes.
Nandun na yung elements ng sustainability. In fact, it's a better document than the 1987 declaration of the Commission on Sustainability.
Yes. That's I think the members of the CHED technical panel for and committee for chemistry can hear you now, sir. Thank you.
Yes. Let me just say that these are things that we need to put in by means of a mindset that is long term. Hindi pa pwedeng short term lang yung ating pag-iisip ngayon. This reset has to reset our minds and even our lifestyles to a recycling lifestyle.
Yes, yes, sir. We have 1 more minute left, so we'll give that to regarding incineration. This is from Joe Albineri. Regarding incineration, our legislation does not allow open burning, but it allows for pyrolysis and other thermal decomposition methods, such as co-processing in cement industries. What's your opinion on this, sir?
It should be amended so we can burn solid wastes, but of course the emissions should be controlled. It's going to be expensive, but I think in the long run it's going to be worth it because we are poisoning so many people now. Many lives are being lost because of this inability to handle this solid waste and convert them to more safe forms. And incineration should be one of them.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. I actually agree with you personally on that issue. That's all the time we have. Thank you very much. Let's give a very warm, how do you put it, digital electronic round of applause to Professor Padolina for his very enlightening, challenging presentation. And at this point, we would like to present a digital certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
The Philippine Federation of Chemistry Societies presents the certificate of appreciation to academician William G. Padolina for sharing his insights on how we can build back better with chemistry during the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress held on 20 to 24 September 2021 via Cisco WebEx and HUVA. Signed, Dr. Glenn V. Alea, President of the PFCS, Chair of the 35th PCC. Also signed by Dr. Fabian M. Dairit, Chair of the 35th PCC Programs Committee. Okay?
Thank
Applause,
you.
please.
Salamat po. And
Right. We will pause for a 10-minute health break and we will reconvene at exactly 10:30 a.m. 30 minutes after 10 o'clock, we will be back here. See you later. Okay, time check. It's 10:30 exactly. Welcome back to the 35th PCC. We are on the second plenary lecture. Our next speaker is a BS Chemistry graduate of UP Diliman, University of the Philippines in Diliman. He obtained his PhD in chemistry from the University of Florida. He is at present a professor and research professor at Case Western Reserve University, Department of Macromolecular Science and Engineering, and Department of Biomedical Engineering in Cleveland, Ohio. His research focuses on the design, synthesis, and characterization of polymers and nanomaterials capable of controlled assembly, nanostructuring, and self-organization in ultra-thin films and monoliths. To talk about high-performance materials from upcycling to 3D printing, please welcome another member of the National Academy of Science and Technology, Professor Rigoberto Advincula.
Excuse me, Dr. Advincula. Please turn on your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to switch between the screen and the oh, this. I'm going to share presentation. Hmm. Can you see the screen clearly?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
All right. Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate all the organizers of the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress. Thank you for the introduction, Eric, and also congratulations to Dr. Padalina, for a very uh, important and exciting lecture. So I'm with the Case Western Reserve University for 8 years, and actually I still have an appointment there, but I recently moved to the University of Tennessee and Oak Ridge National Lab as a governor's chair. And let me introduce to you my research work, my current group members. So I do research in the area of nanostructured materials, interfacial chemistry, nanopatterning, um, different strategies for synthesis of macromolecules, flow chemistry, and now 3D printing. And as I mentioned, I had moved recently to University of Tennessee and Oak Ridge National Lab. Here's a picture of my current group members taken last July when we had a picnic near the lake. And I still have 4 PhD students at Case Western Reserve University who's finishing up. Now, I'm also the editor-in-chief of MRS Communications. Sorry for the plug-in, it was already here. The journal is with the Materials Research Society, and I welcome your submission, your best work, both the research letter and perspective or review articles. I'd like to start by emphasizing the importance of science and engineering and what I call translational research. You see, the best of the basic platform that one can develop in the lab, in an academic lab, will one day make it to the market if there is a buyer or there is a customer. But before that happens, there has to be somebody who's willing to foot the bill in terms of R&D, and a good fundamental research really translates to good technology eventually. So there has to be the right performance cost ratio, and you can take this statement even for a lot of things you do in your job. Now, what I'm going to talk about today is not only 3D printing, but the plastic or polymer ecosystem. So plastics is here with us, here to stay. We cannot do without it. We use it every day for packaging, for different types of textile products, different emulsions, polymers added to adhesive, paints. So in other words, plastics, which is a more popular name for really a class of materials called polymers, is both boon and bane. In fact, when one thinks about plastic, there is actually an ecosystem based on traditional or formative manufacturing. If you've heard of the terms injection molding, blow molding, thermoforming, there is a thriving industry, plastics industry in the Philippines. It supplies a lot of needs in the packaging and the, let's say, automotive industry. And it supplies a good number of products that any industrialized nation would use for manufacturing. So the origin of plastics really is on a large molecule or macromolecule, or simply the term polymer. A polymer really is made up of monomer units that are polymerized. The architecture or the microstructure can be in the form of a linear polymer, a branched polymer, a lightly cross-linked polymer, such as found in rubber, thermosets, could be epoxy, thermoset elastomers, dendrimers, dendrigraphs, and even supramolecular polymers. And indeed, research has come a long way in terms of developing the chemistry, but understanding the structure, composition, property relationship of polymers. We find polymers actually in nanotechnology. Polymers can collapse, can be in the form of nanomaterials, nanostructuring at the interface, polymer brushes, colloidal materials, different types of sol gel, hydrogel chemistries, Pickering emulsions, and so on. So indeed, it is actually part of nanotechnology. And where do we get polymers or plastics? Well, majority of the synthetic polymers or plastics are actually derived from the petroleum industry. So when you think about the oil, price of oil and gas, it actually tracks with the price of polymers or plastics. It usually comes from the polymerization of an ethylene or a propylene monomer or styrene monomer. things that can be derived from natural gas or cracking of oil. Now, actually in the Philippines, we have our own refining company. Unfortunately, we have problems in terms of competition with imported refined chemicals. And as Dr. Padolina mentioned, this could have been an opportunity, or certainly a lost opportunity in the 60s. If we had things earlier, we could have been going into the refined chemicals industries. However, the polymers or plastics can be produced in the Philippines as well. A good investment made years ago by JG Summit is in the area of polyolefins. This plant is found in Batangas. Now, it's also a bane because plastics are associated with waste, garbage, with the microplastics, plastic soup, and so on. It's a big societal problem, but it's also a science problem. Most of the plastics we have today are really part of what we call a linear economy. And as you heard earlier, a circular economy is desirable. A linear economy simply means that a lot of plastics are still with us today. They are not recycled. I guess a number of about 10 to 15% are ultimately recycled, but a good amount goes to landfill, leakage to the environment, eventually to the ocean, and in some countries, incineration. And again, that question that was raised earlier was quite important because incineration is a great way to use waste plastic for production of energy. So sad to say that plastics still is a big problem. And here in the US, for example, there's a lot of effort towards what we call upcycling, and I'll explain that more in a bit. Because the share of plastics as far as consumption is just only going to increase, and as you've seen the value of this. Ideally, the goal is to make plastics part or as ecosystem that is circular, perhaps a virtuous cycle where we have the production of polymers, perhaps from a renewable source or even virgin feedstock from fossil fuel, where it is used, reused, recycled, and actually a better term is upcycled, where the total carbon footprint, of course, is going towards net zero. So there is a popular term called life cycle analysis, a framework by which a total auditing of the energy utilized in um, materials extraction, manufacturing, distribution, usage, and eventually end of life management or cradle to grave cycle. So most preferred is, of course, materials that are reused and recycled, and least preferred are, of course, landfilling and, of course, avoiding waste. Now, how is it related to 3D printing? So this is going to be a story for the rest of the time I have with you. Uh, in 2016, I was invited at the World Economic Forum in Dubai. No, this is not the one in Switzerland. I'm not that rich, but I'm part of the World Economic Forum Advanced Materials Council, where they invited me to give a talk on the future of additive manufacturing or 3D printing, where I described the future opportunities in robotics, outer space, inner space, construction, bio-inspired design, materials development. In fact, it is quite easy these days to get into 3D printing. All you need to do is buy your own 3D printer from Amazon or perhaps Lazada and start printing away. Many companies have tried to develop 3D printing quite successfully, actually, towards the production from companies like Carbon that uses DLP to massive parallel printing using a binder jet or FDM or big area additive manufacturing. And as you can see, it comes in many forms, shapes, and sizes. Creativity is a very good element of 3D printing because one is able to produce parts that cannot be manufactured in any other way, or use it for lightweighting, or even use for different types of social or societal benefits. Now, I'd like to start with this slide in terms of uh, bringing together the material space and design space, in that many designs that are actually found in nature can serve as a bio-inspiration for 3D printing. Why not? Because many things that have been perfected for a long, long time, design that otherwise would have been used in nature, can actually be harnessed, including the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning towards new purposes, let's say in biomechanics or the medical device design. In fact, my first introduction to 3D printing was almost 25 years ago when I heard of the term stereolithography, which is based on a two-photon polymerization of vinyl-based monomers that allows a very high resolution, up to hundreds of nanometer, and utilizing light that is being efficiently focused and used using two-photon resonance. And in fact, these machines do exist. They're very, very expensive. In the area of biomedical application, this is a growing industry where the dental industry is using it not only for implants, prosthesis, orthesis devices. In the biomedical field, one is looking at tissue engineering or bone replacement. In fact, what's interesting here is, as you can see in the image, the bone can be replaced by a polymer material called polyether ether ketone. They have about the same density and strength. However, 3D printing allows you to change the infill design or even the mechanical strength based on the infill design, where the bone in our face for craniomaxillofacial surgery is quite different from bone in terms of thermomechanical strength, bones that are found in our femur, leg, or hands. In the area of soft robotics, there's a lot of interest on pneumatic, hydraulic types of movement that does away with traditional mechanical gears and arms that are powered by metals or using metals. So in other words, using stimuli responsive materials that then go into elastomers. However, in manufacturing, there is a real trend towards utilizing it for the automotive and the aerospace industry. Actually, there are many products, both metal, ceramic, and polymer 3D printing, that has been found in Boeing aircraft, several engine parts, and specialized parts that are manufactured for performance vehicles. One of the first 3D printed cars is based on this Cobra design that was done at Oak Ridge National Lab. This was, in fact, a resurrection of an old design back in the 60s, but 3D printing allowed it to be resurrected. In the area of construction, there's a lot of movement towards 3D printing of house structures. 3D printing actually can be carried all the way to outer space, where the type of material from cement to moon regolith can be quite attractive in terms of flowability, and so on and so forth. And as you can see here, there are many possible applications in the industry, and from marine to consumer electronics to medical, aerospace, and building construction. Actually, about 3 years ago, when I first visited Oak Ridge National Lab, I did ride on this Jeep. This is actually a Willys Jeep that was used in World War II. But as you can see here, this is an old design, but was 3D printed almost 5 years ago. And looking at the parts or components of this vehicle, probably except for the rubber tire and the light fixtures, most of the components of this vehicle can be 3D printed and was 3D printed about 40%. So you can see here that 3D printing allows manufacturing where the complexity comes for free. What we mean by that is in additive manufacturing, one can use digital design, that is computer-aided design, to come out with complex structures or combined parts which cannot be utilized or rather produced from formative manufacturing or even subtractive manufacturing. It is called additive manufacturing because you add layers and layers and layers of materials. Now, it doesn't compete very well with traditional manufacturing in terms of quantities because of the mold and formative method. However, one can say that there is still a manufacturing gap that can be exploited. And if you've heard of the terms like FDM, SLA, SLS, these are terms referring to fused deposition modeling, stereolithography, selective laser sintering, and so on. There's about 10 methods here that I'm not even mentioning. And they are all quite important for growing the ecosystem. Now, this pyramid is showing the scheme by which polymers or plastics are classified. Very easily, polyolefins, that is based on polyethylene, polypropylene, form the base of the pyramid. Engineering polymers, including polyurethane, liquid crystalline polymers, polyamides, nylons, make up engineering polymers, and the apex of this constitute what we call high-performance polymers. That includes PEEK, PAEK, UTEM, FKM, and so on. And these are very high melting point polymers. So the comparison here is that plastics are traditionally made from fossil or petroleum-based feedstocks. There's a good question that agri-based or bio-based feedstocks can contribute much into the plastics or polymer ecosystem. In fact, a very well-known polymer called polylactic acid or PLA can be based on lactic acid, as you guessed, that can be derived from the corn industries. And many types of nylons or esters can be derived from bio-based sources, including plants, bacteria, and so on. However, the problem is that they cannot compete economically, especially when the price of oil is low, towards virgin plastic that is produced from the petroleum-based feedstock. Bio-based plastic means that one can produce or literally grow the ingredients and then utilizing more of the harvesting farm industry. A good example is ethanol, how much it has made into the fuel source. But let's say polylactic acid and other types of polyesters and nylons can be based on plastic and are actually used. However, there is, of course, interest on using lignocellulosic sources from the biomass or agro-waste, or even polysaccharides derived from aquamarine industries. And the challenge, of course, is making these raw materials economically viable. And it is possible because a lot of the interesting stories based on waste or traditional waste which even the manufacturers or the agricultural industry can either just burn them or pay somebody else to use them, can give what we call very useful chemical intermediates or even monomers for polymerization. And so fibers or agro-waste can be in the form of utilizing their fiber, extracting the useful chemicals. Again, you have to work on the economics because it can be uncompetitive when compared to bio-based feedstocks. And of course, ideally, you would want to find ways by which this bio-based feedstock can be part more of the circular economy. Now, take the case of ABS or acrylobutadiene styrene plastic. This ABS polymer is derived, of course, from petroleum-based feedstock. A lot of this is found in the automotive industry. And as mentioned earlier by Dr. Padolina, when you manufacture something, you don't know what happens on its grade direction. Okay, so in a cradle to grave direction, you would want to understand what happens to the waste. Well, if one can separate the ABS on the automotive industry, the ABS can be useful for recycling to produce filaments or even pellets that can be used for the traditional formative plastic industry, or utilize it for 3D printing, in which case the filaments can be used and even reused for 3D printed parts. So for example, the plastic packaging, including the milk bottle, which can be made of polyolefins or it can be made from other types of packaging materials, can be recycled. However, let me caution you that it's very important to know that plastic, segregate it, and then reuse that plastic, grind it, and produce filaments. And in fact, there are a variety of filaments out there, and this is for a technique called fuse deposition modeling to use them in the 3D printing industry. Now, the term upcycling is simply a term by which the original material, when recycled, results in a more important or even valuable intermediate. Such intermediates can go towards fine chemicals that can be used for various emulsion, manufacturing industries, even intermediates for manufacturing drugs, lubricants, cosmetics. But then there's also interest in upcycling the polymer or materials industry itself, in that if you can reform a polyolefin or mixed plastic and include it towards producing high thermomechanical properties on plastics, which is a semi-crystalline material, then one can upcycle it. In other words, you produce a product that's more valuable than its original raw material. Now, take the case of the rubber industry, and these are the challenges. The rubber or natural rubber, rather, the biggest portion of it goes towards manufacturing rubber tires. And there's about 20 important types of rubbers that can go towards parts, mechanical parts, seals, tubes, etc. However, majority of the rubber industry, which produces tires, eventually results in waste. And in fact, talking about incineration, majority of the waste rubber tires is actually incinerated or used as energy for heating in producing cement. Some of you may not know that. Of course, creative ways to use it, but actually there has been interest in 3D printing rubber. So as a chemist, I, of course, look at developing new materials in chemistries. One of the things that we specialize is in the use of nanomaterials to improve properties of polymers. Carbon nanotubes, graphene, nanoclay, metal oxide nanoparticles, nanofibers, or even cellulose nanofibers, which I'll show you later. It's quite important for improving the thermomechanical properties of plastic to as little as 1%. That is, they are useful in producing high energy diffusion barriers, preventing propagation stress as well, and improving different types of thermomechanical properties. That is why our group has endeavored in the past 5 years to look at 3D printing of composites or nanocomposites, utilizing graphene, nanoclay, silicone, nanoparticles based on cellulose, and all to improve the properties of polymers using nanomaterials. And here are some of our recent papers. So I'll be finishing this talk by giving you 2 examples of how we have utilized nanomaterials and even waste to improve properties of 3D printed polymers. So take the case of abaca fibers, and one can even use coconut coir. We can obtain cellulose nanowhiskers by basically breaking down the fibril and isolating the alpha cellulose content. The high crystallinity can be differentiated from the broken fibril or removal of the lignin, eventually resulting in what we call nanowhiskers. And these nanowhiskers, we can add it on a resin that is used for SLA 3D printing. That is, we prepare a composition, a blend composition anywhere from 1 to 5%. And then use stereolithographic apparatus printing to produce parts. So here you have a Formlabs printer, and we basically modify the resin. The SLA works on the projection or the guiding of the laser light towards producing parts where photopolymerization, one photon polymerization takes place. And these are images, TEM and AFM images of the cellulose nanowhiskers that we isolated from abaca. And the high aspect ratio means that we can use these whiskers to load the nanocellulose and 3D print. And then we prepare different types of test bars to test the thermomechanical strength, the tensile modulus, the elongation of break, and the total fracture energy. And if you're going to look at this bar chart, the highest property was not actually produced at 1.2% loading, but at 0.3%. This is because in nanostructuring, it's very important to understand the percolation threshold as well as the maximum concentration by which you will have the highest property. And that has to do with the proper dispersion and nanostructuring of the nanomaterial. And so we produce these prosthesis devices, an artificial ear, perhaps that can be used as an implant based on a polyethylene glycol diacrylate resin. And perhaps we can use some resorbable materials to produce some real biomedical applications. Now, the other example that I'm going to show to you is how we've utilized chitin. Chitin is derived from shrimps, crustaceans, and other aquamarine waste, where we can remove most of the contents and isolate the chitin by deproteinization, demineralization in the base bath, and then eventually utilize the chitosan. Now, the chitosan, as you can see here, is a deacetylated derivative of chitin. And this is processable, even water-soluble as well. So what we did is we took this chitosan and complexed it with surfactants. The complexation allowed it to be dispersed very well in acrylate-based resin. And utilizing SLA 3D printing, again, we were able to 3D print these test samples. We produced a gyroid structure. We produced a bolt. And we had various loadings of the surfactant stabilized complex of chitosan. And as you can see here, we can maintain some of the water absorption properties as well as excellent thermomechanical strength. Now, let me then tell you my story about my Philippine engagement. So starting with back in almost 15 years ago, I consistently went back to the Philippines, participated in various programs with DOST as a Malik scientist, with the ERDT as well as a ERDT fellow, and various projects that were really sponsored by DOST at the University of the Philippines. Nowadays, we talk about Industry 4.0, and this is really my message in terms of inspiring our young students to get into the STEM disciplines and to participate and build their career in research and development, as well as different types of ecosystem that will utilize their skills and talent. So Industry 4.0 will include digital manufacturing, artificial intelligence, development of sensors, and you might include there molecular engineering or chemistry. Now, the future careers in the sciences will demand that not only you get very good training, formal training as a master's and PhD student, but have the ability to translate your research into industry. So in other words, things like technopreneurship is actually a very good term, and I'll explain to you my contribution after that in the Philippine ecosystem. So consistently, as a professor, I have been inviting students from the Philippines, visiting scholars from the Philippines to work with me, work in my lab, become my graduate student. To date, I have mentored close to 25 PhD students and several master students, not even counting the short-term visiting scholars that have worked in my lab. This picture was taken actually at the University of Houston, my institution prior to Case Western Reserve University. And here are some of the PhD graduates who finished their degree with me back in 2012. Now, consistently, I've been collaborating with the Institute of Chemistry and University of Philippines, as I mentioned, including a stay at the University of Santo Tomas. This was through various engagements as a Balik scientist, an ERDT fellow, and engagements with Field Dev, and even with PASEN. And we've done a lot of things, including building up the Answer Laboratory, which is housed at the Institute of Chemistry, to focus on thin films and sensor research. And I guess more importantly, I've been consistently recruiting and training PhD students who have some of them, a good number of them actually have gone back to the Philippines as well to be part of the academia ecosystem. Now, 5 years ago, we built a program with DOS to be shared on 3D printing. So a lot of these visiting scholars stayed in my lab anywhere from 3 to 6 months to a year, full year. Did their training in my group in order to learn the ecosystem and technology of 3D printing. And consistently, we did this for a good number of years. They also learned a lot of materials chemistry. In fact, I would even go back to the Philippines and visit many times, bringing Case Western Reserve University students, including undergrads, to work with various schools, high schools, went to Davao, to Manila, several universities, where we brought the ecosystem of 3D printing to even early high school um, interests. And one of the things that I'm proud to say, of course, are the returning scholars who eventually build their own labs. A good example is that of Kokoy Dizon, who went back to Bataan Peninsula State University to establish one of the first 3D printing centers called AMREL, and quite successful. Now, my engagement with DOST actually allowed me to participate in a very important investment in our country. I led the way together with the DOST, MIRDC, and ITDI towards establishing the AMSEN Center. So a good number of scholars and DOST scientists and staff trained with me for a year, where we established the AMSEN, which now has several components in materials research through ITDI and manufacturing, MIRDC, now led by Engineer Lisa. And as you can see here, this massive investment actually in personnel and capital equipment has resulted in state-of-the-art capabilities now in the Philippines for additive manufacturing. So Philippine industry needs a lot of boost, and the safety or even plastics manufacturing or different types of machining, automotive industries, for example, rely actually on expertise and technology from abroad. Why not bring the best in the Philippines early? And that's what the inspiration for AMSEN is, in that we want to bring the best technology right away to the Philippines to be available for scientists and engineers to train in the area of materials research and additive manufacturing. The opportunities are quite immense, from upgrading the automotive assembly, electronic industry, rapid prototyping, plastic and parts production, agricultural equipment repair, healthcare and dentistry industries, marines, and so on. And many projects are being established right now. They're finding out how useful additive manufacturing is in not only in niche areas, but also in high-tech industries, including the use of metrology and various types of production industries. It is going to have a very important contribution, not only in rapid prototyping, but also production. One of the things that I can see is that many tools that can be repaired or procurement in terms of on-time delivery or custom materials research. And as you've seen earlier, perhaps as chemists, you can contribute to the budding ecosystem of materials research coming from locally sourced materials and plastics. So in summary, and I like to give time for questions and answers, I like to effectively emphasize the role of 3D printing and new materials towards advances in manufacturing. There will be challenges in methods and materials. Why not? This is an opportunity for us to tackle the big plastics problem, not only in manufacturing, but also in upcycling. Different types of materials are needed not only for plastics, but also for metals and ceramics. And by the way, when we say plastics, we should include the term rubber, elastomers, or we should include the word thermosets or epoxy or different types of formative manufacturing based on curing, cross-linking. The impact on manufacturing, healthcare, defense industries, as you've seen, is going to be here. It's really time to invest in terms of new machines and training of capabilities in the sciences and engineering. And actually, there's been a lot of interest in both investment in the private sector as well as the government. So hopefully I've inspired you in the terms 3D printing, polymers, and upcycling. And as a chemist, by the way, I'm a chemist. There's a lot of opportunities for bringing new chemistry in macromolecular research or basically molecular engineering or designing new materials that can go into 3D printing. So with that, I'd like to thank you and be happy to answer any questions from our wide audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Advincula, for a very informative talk. I wish we have more time. I can only agree with the concept of techpreneurship and industry-targeted R&D. We have a lot of questions, so quick answers I think would be good if we will try to accommodate as many as possible. Question number one. This is from Charles Louis de Francia. What is the shelf life of 3D printed materials?
Well, it depends. Plastics, of course, it can be manufactured and they last a long time. The problem is failure because they're not injection molded. It can have problems in terms of delamination. But if we're talking about food, if we're talking about more sensitive stuff that is used for biomedical engineering, of course, the shelf life is short and it has to be used with the intended application right away.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, next question is from Paula Angeline Bacani. Which government body shall you partner up with for the regulation and implementation of this project? I think she meant upcycling, the upcycling business.
Okay. So if you meant right, if you meant upcycling, of course there are a combination of efforts there. Of course, from DOST to DTI could append different types of initiatives in upcycling, recycling, and the knowledge base could be anywhere from training scientists and engineers. So that's again opportunities that are funded through universities. But then technical people perhaps could be done more by agencies like TESDA.
Okay, thank you, sir. There are limited drop-off points for collecting units. Can this be made as a project collaboration with NCR LGUs for starters? From Filipina Ilagan.
Okay. Probably the question there is more related to plastics.
Yes.
Actually, in many countries, they emphasize segregation. So separating plastics, even from polyolefins to PET, is quite effective in many industrial countries. However, in the Philippines, we have a problem with single-use plastic.
Yes.
So
Yes.
in the barangay level, that could be started, effective collection as well as segregation.
Yeah, we have very good laws with the Solid Waste Management Act, for example, is very good. We just are not able to implement what the law says. How clean
That's right.
or how dry, sorry, how clean or dry should common plastic wastes be before they can be upcycled? From Nicola.
Yes, there are many challenges in recycling. Cleaning is very, very important. Usually, you can do segregation with very effective waste management. However, whenever you introduce cleaning, you of course increase the cost of recycling and upcycling. Now, the question of mixed plastic, there's a lot of interest on developing catalysts that can work even with the presence of uh, impurities. And it's always a challenge to do that. But that is one of the, perhaps the important challenges is in developing chemistries or catalysts that are tolerant to impurities.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, next question. Is it possible to upcycle highly cross-linked polymers such as epoxies? From Kenny Kaiser Custodio.
Yeah, I like that question because some of you may not know, thermoset recycling is a challenge, especially if you consider a lot of the wind turbine energy is based on composites of epoxy. So there are various methods from chemical to thermal that have been coming online. That is, thermosets can be broken down into derivatives that can be either segregated into monomers or dispersed together with other polymers. Actually, a very important class of polymers called ditrimers are being developed as new chemistry where the plastic or even the thermoset is interconvertible between plastic to thermosets using various types of hydrolysis and dynamic band mechanisms. There's a lot of interesting chemistry in that area.
Excellent. Okay, next question. Which would you recommend for testing and chemical safety of upcycled consumer materials? Leachability or total analysis? That's from Joe Albineri.
Mhm. So in Europe, of course, they would have a more stringent regulation. The VOC, or volatile organic compound, is a concern. But in terms of the thermomechanical properties, one can first go towards things based on ASTM standards or European norm. In terms of plasticizer content, of course, that is a concern in many um, societies, especially in Europe and in the US. But in general, with upcycling, you first have to work on the performance because somebody has to buy it. Somebody has to utilize some of its properties. And during the processing or reprocessing, typically more benign plasticizers, such as based on lignin or other types of natural-based plasticizers are known to replace phthalates.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pimpla. Could you comment on the current state of recycling, upcycling of cross-linked, moderately and densely materials in the preparation of filaments or pellets for 3D printing and other applications? From Jordan Madrid. I guess it's global. What it means global state.
Okay. So a good number of plastics recycled are still based on the polyolefins. And much of those type of materials go towards plastic lumber. Okay, that's one of the biggest uses. As you've seen some YouTube videos of people using them for asphalt additives or construction. That's also happening. But in terms of the thermosets, there are startup companies based in Europe, in the US, that are looking at basically dispersing these thermosets again or twice with epoxy derivatives. And the new chemistry can be based perhaps on a hybrid of this dispersion process and the use of vitrimers or plastics to reuse them, not only for wind energy, but perhaps for automotive parts.
Okay.
The problem with that is usually epoxy comes with fibers, carbon fiber composite. So separating them from the carbon fiber is the first order of the process.
Or even glass, right? Glass fibers.
Yes, glass fiber.
Yeah. Among the studies, this is from Lorenzo Alba, among the studies of plastics upcycling that you have encountered or participated in, I would like to ask if there are examples of projects that became economically viable or profitable.
I think several startup companies are making this more viable, especially in demonstrating to investors. What I would say is, they named a few companies, but In the past 3 years, I've been given suggestions to look at some technologies in Europe. Normally, you would want to derive good intermediates from those streams. But in this case, the goal is to basically have a good way to upcycle them. In other words, other than being part of epoxy materials, can we use them for other types of more valuable thermoset materials or thermoset composite materials? I'll
Great.
give you
Well,
an example. Uh,
go ahead.
Mixing epoxy and polybenzoxazine. So you might try to remember that term polybenzoxazine, which is a very tough thermoset. And that's actually one of the research areas we have in our group right now.
Okay, thank you. That's all the time we have, unfortunately. So let's give Professor Advincula a very warm round of digital applause.
Yeah, so thank you, Eric. And I'd like
Yeah.
to invite Filipino students who are looking for training and getting their PhD the best with me.
There you go.
Let
There
me
you go.
know if you want to apply for fellowships with DOST and so on.
Oh, thank you. Well, the certificate of appreciation is presented to Professor Rigoberto Advincula for sharing his insights on high-performance materials during the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress, held on 2024 September 2021 via Cisco WebEx and MOVA. Signed, Dr. Glenn Villalea, President of the PFCS, Chair 35th PCC, and Dr. Fabian M. Dairit, Chair of the 35th PCC Programs Committee. Thank you once again, Dr. Advincula.
Thank you, Eric. And thank you to all of you, our audience.
Thank you. Thank you. Madami pang tanong. Papadala ko na lang sa'yo by email.
Okay,
Anyway.
or chat.
All right. Yeah, yes, by chat. Okay, we proceed with the awarding of PFCS, the PFCS photo contest. How does the Filipino youth see chemistry? Now, we posed this question and challenged our grades 7 to 12 students to send their response in the form of a photograph. So this is basically a photo contest. The entries were judged on the basis of creative expression and originality, composition and technique, and relevance to the theme. And to tell us more about the PFCS photo contest and at the same time to announce the winners of the same, let's welcome the photo contest chair, Professor Voltaire Organo.
Thank you, Dr. Punsalan. Good morning. The PFCS photo contest aims to encourage and engage students to learn chemistry by capturing scenes that help convey chemistry concepts. The photos may center on people, objects, experiments, or a natural phenomenon. This contest is open to both the public and private schools nationwide. So, without further ado, allow me to present the winners of this year's PFCS photo contest. So congratulations, Reuben Palma from Pavia National High School with the theme Innocent Chemist, and Burn It Up by Rofi Denish B. Condor of Philippine Science High School, Central Visayas Campus, Teacher Chaperone Mary Joy Villamora, and Unbelievable Bubble by Syra Gaia R. Cantalopez from Philippine Science High School Central Mindanao Campus with teacher J. Carl M. Agbay. Congratulations. They will receive 5,000 pesos each. We also have consolation prizes for the other participants. Heart Drew backing from Xavier School, San Juan, with teacher Alicia Jane Peras. Carlsen Gerard A. Sagon from Santa Rosa Educational Institution, with teacher Denmark Redimano. Kiev Franzel Adasa from MSU IIT Integrated Development School, with teacher Angel Jane Raulio and Jade Esclamado from Lyceum of Alabang with teacher Samantha Ro Oza. Congratulations, they will receive 2,000 pesos each. Congratulations to the winners. Back to you, Dr. Ponsalan.
Thank you, Dr. Voltaire. And congratulations to the winners of the PFCS photo contest. We now move on to something. The next portion of the program this morning is very close to my heart. I will actually join our next presenter to tell you about the Philippine National Chemistry Olympiad, or the PNCO, and our journey towards and into the International Chemistry Olympiad. Please welcome our colleague, Dr. Faith Lagua, the head of the Technical Committee of the Philippine National Chemistry Olympiad. Dr. Faith?
Good morning, Dr. Ponsalan. Good morning, everyone. Now, it's with great pleasure that I will present to you the winners of the 20th PNCO and 53rd International Chemistry Olympiad. But before this, may I call back again Dr. Ponsalan to give us a brief history of the 20 years of PNCO. Dr. Ponsalan.
Okay. All right. I will give you a very brief history. I am given 2 minutes to do this, so bear with me. Thank you, Dr. Faith. Now, the Philippine entry to the ICHO, or the International Chemistry Olympiad, started as a very small project of the KKP, of the Kapisanang Kimika ng Pilipinas. We called it the PNCO, or the Philippine National Chemistry Olympiad. The very first PNCO, or PNCO 01, was held in 2001 in the beautiful city of Cagayan de Oro in northern Mindanao. The PNCO is a two-level competition, starting with the regional eliminations, followed by the national finals. And this happened between November of the preceding year and March of the following year. Now, at the end of the nationals, we would have selected the 4 members of the ICHO Team Philippines. The ICHO, as you might already know, is held in July each year, hosted on rotation among member countries. We were able to join the ICHO in 2015, but as country observers only. As a requirement, we must observe for 2 consecutive years immediately preceding the year that we wish to participate as a competing team. So, we observed in 2015 in Azerbaijan and in 2016 in Georgia. And I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of Dr. Jose Andaya, the current director of the Philippine Science High School, Calabarzon campus, who did all the observing for the country. We sent the pioneering team to the ICHO 2017 in Thailand. We bagged 2 bronze awards, and of course we were very happy. It was not a bad start. 2 out of 4 of our students came back home with heavy metals. Okay, heavy metal, bronze. In 2018, it was hosted by Slovakia and the Czech Republic. The team came back, they returned with 2 bronze medals again, and we were still happy because at least we were consistent. In 2019, the team went to France and came back with 1 silver, 1 bronze, and an honorable mention certificate. So once you get the silver, your eyes will be on the gold. But personally, I was happier. I was happier with the France performance because we had more students coming back with an award. That's 3 out of 4. 3 students coming back with an award out of the 4 that we sent. Then COVID came in 2020. The country host was Turkey, and the contest was very different. It was held online. That's when the group of Dr. Faith Lagua and her technical committee joined the full force, that allowed us to tackle this online issue. This was the year when we finally decided to convene the technical committee, consisted of volunteer college professors. That was a major game changer. That year, we bagged 1 silver and 3 bronze awards. So everybody got a medal. And that was our best performance so far. Now, the most recent ICHO was hosted by Japan. It was also online. But we already know how to do it because of the group of Dr. Faith again. We bagged two silvers, dalawa na yung silver, and one bronze. The gold remains elusive, but again, if you follow the trajectory, we extrapolate from the performance of Team Philippines from the time we started, it has been upwards so far. And confidence remains high for 2022 and beyond. So we will keep you posted. And thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge United Laboratories, one of our major sponsors. Thank you. Dr. Faith?
Thank you very much, Dr. Punsalan, for giving us the beginnings of PNCO. Indeed, the organizers of the event should have a lot to be proud of. Now, to make the flashback more vivid, here is a short video of the 20 years of PNCO. Please enjoy.
Wow, babata pa natin.
Oo nga po. So it is really great to reminisce those past 20 years of PNCO. This year, PNCO was done purely online. And here are the highlights of the event. So for this year, we had 51 official competing contestants from 12 regions. They were the top 5 from the Regional Chemistry Olympiad. And we also had 4 non-competing participants from 2 regions. Next slide, please. So we made sure that there was some exam security because it was done online. So we fully monitored everything. Kindly return to the previous slide, please. So we monitored everything via Zoom and a secondary device monitoring. The cutoff time was around 8 a.m. There was a coded exam document that was used. Printed questionnaire and answer sheets were required, practically mimicking the iShow that we had last year. There was blind checking random contestants per Zoom meeting room, and the contestant never handled the document before and after the exam period. Contestants were also not allowed to access any communication devices, and late submissions were not accepted. Next slide, please. So in the exam proper, we had the 5 areas of chemistry, totaling into 135 points. Next slide, please. So the gold was given to the 92nd percentile, the silver, the 80th percentile, the bronze, the 60th top percentile, and of course, the Alex A. Tardagila Award was given to the top 4 of the PNCO. For this year, the 20th PNCO judges were the following: Dr. Ian Ken Dimson and Dr. Raymond Malabit for analytical chemistry, Dr. Hilbert Magpantay for biochemistry, Dr. Nestor Valera and Mr. Rob Nugid for inorganic chemistry. For organic chemistry, Ms. Valerie Meclat, Dr. Irene Villaseñor, Dr. Eric Ponsalan, Dr. Virgilio Ebao, and myself. And for the physical chemistry, Dr. Gil Claudio, Dr. Christopher Robedillo, and Dr. Bernard Tongol. Now I would proudly like to present the winners and their coaches. First, the bronze medalists. Silver medalists. And of course, our gold medalists for this year, Nathan Wayne Ariston from Philippine Science High School, Central Mindanao Campus, and Christoph John F. Padilla, Philippine Science High School from Central Mindanao Campus, Region 10. Ron Angelo Helasio from Philippine Science High School, Main Campus, NCR, and Ames Juriel P. Morales from De La Salle University Integrated School, Senior High School, Manila Campus. Of course, their coaches, Mr. J. Carl Agbay from Philippine Science High School, Central Mindanao Campus, Mr. Julius Saluria from Philippine Science High School, Main Campus, and Engineer Shella Alfaro from De La Salle University Integrated School. Of course, these would also be given the recipients of the Alex A. Tardagila Award. They were the Team Philippines that represented the country for the 53rd International Chemistry Olympiad. Among the 4 of them, Nathan Wayne Ariston and Ron Helasio brought home the silver medal, and of course, Ames Morales brought home the bronze. And to give you a few highlights for this event, please watch this video.
Hello, I'm Wayne, and I am here to say that it is a great honor to be able to represent our country in the previous International Chemistry Olympiads. Also, it is an honor to be able to speak in front of you right now. Let me begin by first thanking all of you, professors, teachers, researchers, or basically everybody who is involved in this complex study of nature we call chemistry. I salute all teachers, and I would like to thank you for all your continued and faithful efforts in demonstrating to us students, specifically high schoolers, the beauty and the values of chemistry. And to you students who are aspiring to be great chemists someday, I would tell you to simply remind yourselves of that one thing that you love, that we all love. And I know that is chemistry. Good luck and have a great day.
Hello po, I'm Ron Helasio, one of the country's delegates for the ICHO last July 2021. For me, representing the country is a great honor and privilege that I'm extremely grateful to have. And bringing home a silver medal for the Philippines is a really fulfilling experience, especially since all our months of hard work has finally paid off. With that, I'd like to thank the entire Philippine coaching team for tirelessly training and fighting for us, my chemistry teachers in Pasay for inspiring me to pursue this subject in the first place, and my friends and family for supporting me in every step of the way. And if you like to challenge yourself, not just in chemistry, but also life in general, I'd say go for it. It will be difficult in the beginning, but you will eventually power through it, especially with support from those who are with you. Ayun lang naman. Thank you very much.
Good day to everybody participating in the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress. I am Ames Juriel B. Morales, one of the representatives of the Philippines to the 2021 International Chemistry Olympiad held virtually in Osaka, Japan. Representing the Philippines at a prestigious international chemistry competition is a once-in-a-lifetime experience that I only dreamed of before. But thanks to my parents, my peers, especially my fellow representatives, Ron, Christoph, and Kuya Wayne, my coaches, Miss Ella and Miss Ibanez, and the wonderful ICHO coaching team headed by Dr. Faith Lagua, I was able to clinch a bronze medal. To the students that share my goals, my number one advice would be to first love chemistry, because if you love the subject, the more that you learn about it, the more motivated that you will become. I think it is also important to share what you know with other people because learning chemistry is better if you are not alone. And that's all from me. And thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
Hello po to all participants of the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress. When I was in grade 10, we had a research on coal fly ash and its absorption properties in used palm oil. And that research was really eye-opening for all of us because we understood through the laboratory experiments and data analysis how ubiquitous chemistry is, from health to food safety and security, and even to transportation and energy production. And I didn't know that that experience would propel me towards becoming a national representative at this year's ICHO. Although I didn't gain a medal this year, that experience really helped reinforce my thinking on how chem is really important to our everyday lives. I'd like to thank my relatives, my family, my parents, my mentors in high school, and also during the coaching process of this year's ICHO. And for all the participants out there, your research will really be important in helping raise STEM and underrepresented academic field towards its best potential in our country. Shansha para sa bayan.
Thank you to our delegates. Truly, they are a very much great inspiration for the youth today. And through the courtesy of PFCS, they will be receiving cash gifts. 7,000 will be given to the silver medalists, 6,000 to the bronze medalist, and 5,000 to the non-winning participant. Now, at this point, I wish to thank PFCS, the PNCO organizers, and the ICHO coaches for making all of these possible. And of course, we would like to again thank Unilab through Mr. RJ Cubos, head of the ICT Unilab chapter, for sponsoring this year's delegation. We wish to ask for your support for our participation in future ICHOs, which will eventually be held face-to-face. The country has a lot of talented young high schoolers, which are actually very willingly to be trained and will have a very much great edge in the international competition. We hope that with your support, we will have the resources to prepare well and get the elusive gold for the Philippines in the International Chemistry Olympiad. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Faith. Nothing is truly sweeter than the product of a team effort. Now, I'd like time check. It's 11:44. We have 16 minutes remaining for this forum. I'd like to answer a question that was sent to me earlier today. What is the Alex Tardagila Award? Ano daw yung Alex Tardagila Award? Alex Tardagila is a member of the PNCO organizing committee for many, many years. and he was the manager of the test bank for many many years. Alex left the Philippines a few years ago for to do his PhD at the University of Liverpool in UK, and he was a Alex Tardagila. Okay, anyway, Alex suffered a heart attack while as a PhD while doing his PhD. His second heart attack happened 3 years ago, and he did not survive. He wasn't able to finish his PhD, but the University of Liverpool established a memorial lecture in honor of Alex. So annually, they hold a lecture presented by a top graduate student in honor of Alex. So that's Alex Tardeguila. He was also my advisee, my mentee when he was doing his masteral in chemistry at DLSU. Thank you. Technical committee, time check, it's 11:46. Would you like to make an announcement? Okay, we shall take a 1 hour break. I guess more than 1 hour break for lunch. And we shall reconvene at exactly 1300 hours. Alauna, makikita-kita po ulit tayo dito. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Time check, 1 o'clock exactly. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress. I hope that your lunch was satisfying. But before we give you our next plenary speaker, let me call Mr. Nick Tan, the Digital Engagement Manager of ICP and a member of the 35th PCC National Organizing Committee. He has a very important announcement to make. Nick?
Thank you, Sir Eric. This 33 PCC, we want to be as interactive as possible despite the current limitations. That is why we have a small contest for those who are interested, which is the 35 PCC What is Lab Dance Challenge. To join, let me just click the next slide. To join, you must be in your lab attire dancing to the tune of the viral song What is Love? I think most of you already know this song. And the sample video is being shown right now. There will be 3 categories. First is the solo, which is good for 1 person, the small for 2 to 3 people, and big for 4 or more people dancing in the video. Upload your dance video either via TikTok or Facebook with the hashtag #35PCC What is Lab. That's one word. To be recognized, the entries must be set to public. The name on the TikTok or your Facebook profile must also match the name found in the official 35PCC attendee list. Cash prizes await the winning entries: 300 pesos for the solo, 600 pesos for the small, and 1,500 pesos for the big. Video entries will be accepted starting from today until Thursday, September 23, with a cutoff time of 6 p.m. All of the other mechanics have already been uploaded and posted on your Whova app, so please refer to that. Thank you very much. Back to you, Eric.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I guess that's clear enough. I hope there is some place where our participants can take a snapshot of the screen so they will not make mistakes with the hashtag and with the rest of the instructions. Can we post this on the community chat if possible?
It's already posted, sir, the mechanics.
Very good, very good. That's it. Here you go. All right. Let's move on to the third plenary lecture of day 1 of PCC 35. How do we bounce back from the pandemic? The next lecture is entitled RACE, Resilient Action for Chemistry Education. Our next speaker is a maroon-blooded chemist all the way. Her Bachelor's of Science in Secondary Education, major in chemistry, her Master of Arts in Education, and PhD in Education are all from UP Diliman. And she is a recipient of the UP Diliman Centennial Professorial Chair. She will talk about the challenges met during the pandemic and the strategic resilient actions that we can take towards recovery with respect to curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Edwina Eleanor S. Paderna.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wina Paderna from the UP College of Education, and I'll be sharing with you in this session about the Resilient Action for Chemistry Education, or RACE. How do we bounce back from the pandemic? So as an overview, we'll discuss first our students' context, second, our guiding frameworks to be able to come up with our resilient actions. First, let's do or get to know about persona mapping. But before that, what is persona? Persona describes the people you want your content to reach, and in our case, it is our students. We have to determine their needs, how they process information, and how it could affect them in the process. The students must be able to feel that the content is made for them and directly addressed to them. we must think of the overall experience that our students will be getting from the content that we will be developing for them. It is also important to note that what sparks the interest of our persona or our students. So to be able to know our persona or our students, we have to first get to know their grade level, their socioeconomic background, their learning disposition, and their academic ability or aptitude. We should also consider their pains and gains. So what are these pains? We have to take into consideration what makes our student anxious, what makes them frustrated, and what are the challenges that they encounter. Similarly, it's also good that we consider their hopes, their wants, needs, expectations, dreams, and aspirations. So I have here a Padlet. Okay, it's a collaborative platform where we can do a collaborative work with our co-teachers, with the department members in our schools or in our universities. So here, usually when I do teacher training, I have my teacher participants go to the Padlet. Okay, but for now, since our time is very limited, I'll just give you an idea how to go about this one. So here is the Padlet that I have prepared. Okay, so here, okay, if we are a group of teachers and we would want to know our persona or our students or our target users or our audience, we can have this Padlet, okay? So we can just write our answers, for instance, for the characteristics of students, what are the student's profile, for instance, grade level. So if we are teaching junior high school, we could just write junior high school, and then we could also write junior high school, socioeconomic background, let's say middle class, general learning disposition. Are they highly motivated? Are they interested in your lessons? Are they do they submit their requirements on time? You can also look into their general academic ability or aptitude, and then other characteristics that you think would help you when you develop materials for them. And then you can, okay, and then you can also look into their pains and gains here. Okay, what are their challenges? So now that we are doing remote teaching and learning, most of our students have difficulty accessing the internet, or they have problems accessing our lessons. Maybe they don't have the device or the gadget needed to go online, okay, for our classes. And then for the gains, okay, despite the difficulties or the challenges, they are still motivated to learn from our classes. Okay, so this is what we call persona mapping. So we would want to create our persona so that we'll be able to understand our students better. So from the persona mapping, okay, oops, sorry. Let's go back. Okay, we move on to empathy mapping. So now that we have established the persona, okay, our persona, which basically is profiling our students and getting to know their pains and gains, we do now an empathy mapping. So for empathy mapping, okay, first let's have a definition, a common definition of empathy. So empathy is the ability to experience the feelings of another person. It goes beyond sympathy, which is caring and understanding for the suffering of others. Now for empathy mapping, okay, so I also make use of the Padlet as a collaborative platform, and then usually my teacher participants will access this this Padlet, and they will create what we call the empathy map. So here, the general instruction would be, we are to put ourselves in the shoes of our students. And if you were your students, what do you think will they say, do, think, and feel about your lessons or your modules, or maybe your instruction in general, or maybe your assessment? Write these on the corresponding quadrant. So here, for the saying, okay, what do our students say about our lesson? You write down significant quotes and keywords that they say. So if we recall maybe pre-pandemic, or we could also consider instances when we do our virtual classes. So we put in here some of the things that we think they might have said, okay, based on a recollection, or maybe we can project or imagine what they are saying about our lessons or our classes. The next quadrant is about the do. What do your students do in your classes? We describe which actions and behaviors you notice, or you can probably insert pictures or drawings. Okay, so at the heart of this map, of this empathy map, is our persona, okay, our students. And here, the other quadrant here is the think quadrant. What do your students think about your lessons? Dig deeper. What are their motivations, their goals, their needs, and their desires? So, iba po, ito na yung part ng persona na atin discuss kanina. And finally, how do your students feel about your lessons? What emotions might your student be feeling? Take subtle cues like body language and their choice of words and tone of voice into account. So if we will have, let's say here, okay, a sticky note, okay, here, and other co-teachers will also make their own sticky notes. You would see the similarities and the differences of your responses, and you could actually do affinity mapping. So for affinity mapping, you cluster the responses that are similar. And based on the empathy map, okay, you could reflect, okay, how can I improve my modules? How can I improve my instruction? How can I improve my assessment tools? And then you could write here your responses and stack up your responses here beside this particular sticky note. Okay, so just to give you an idea, what's first a persona map, and second this one, what we call empathy map. Okay, let's go back to the slides. Okay. So why is it important that we get to know our students? Okay, I know that through our interaction with them almost every day, okay, we get to know them, but do we really have that conscious effort to empathize with them, to put ourselves in their shoes? Okay, so why is it important that we empathize with them? Because we would want to synthesize the needs that we have gathered based on our persona map and our empathy map, and design or redesign our curriculum, our instruction, in our assessment. So we say that empathy is seeing with the eyes of another, okay? And basically we're empathizing with our students, listening with the ears of another, and feeling with the heart of the another. So now that we have established the persona, our persona, okay, and we have done an empathy map, okay, we can now go to our students' context. So let me share with you, okay, this is the ecological systems theory. And here, it is shown that we have our learner in the center. And if you notice, there are concentric circles. So this basically tells us that the ecological system of our students is made up of different levels. Okay? Lumalawak po yung konteksto ng ating mga estudyante. So you have here our student, and the most immediate of the elements in the ecological system are the immediate family, the child care or school, and the neighborhood play area. Okay, so you have here the microsystem. And then the activities and relations between the child and the immediate environment, okay, that is the microsystem, and the connections between the microsystems, okay, which includes friends and neighbors. We also have the extended family and the workplace, okay, and the community. Okay, yun po yung tinatawag na exosystem. And then the interaction of the elements within the microsystem, yan po yung mesosystem. And the macrosystem are the values, customs, laws, and resources affect the provided support of inner levels. Okay, so this will help us understand better our students if we know their context. So it's important that we know their neighborhood, we know the background, their family background, I mean, and also who cares for them. Do they live with their parents, or do they have a guardian with them? Okay, so these are very important, as we would want our students to, we would want to provide the best possible learning environment for our students. Okay, so another context here is that in April 2020, April 29, 2020, the UNESCO published this statistics, okay? It's called, we'll have to move. Okay. It's called the COVID-19 Staggering Impact on Global Education. And what is presented here is the number of learners impacted by the national school closures worldwide. And we see here that there are 1.38 billion learners impacted by national school closures worldwide. So, in the Philippine context, okay, ano po kaya ang response ng DepEd? So, as a response, okay, the DepEd introduced different distance learning delivery modalities, including modular distance learning with the self-learning modules as primary learning resources. So here, okay, ito po yung nakita kong data for the Philippines in 2020. This is a survey, okay? Ito po yung survey. They surveyed 22.2 million learners. Okay, and here are the preferences on the mode of learning during the school year 2020-2021. Ito po yung bago magsimula yung school year 2020-21. So we can see here that 39.6% preferred modular distance learning, and then 17.6% preferred blended learning, 17.1% preferred online learning, and 6.3% TV-based learning, and 4.1% preferred radio-based learning. Unfortunately, there are a lot of students who didn't respond to the survey, which is 15.4% of the 22.2 million enrollees in 2020-2021. Okay, so considering that most of the students preferred modular distance learning, blended learning, and online learning, we would want, okay, to also look into this one. So yun po yung sa DepEd. How about sa CHED? Ano po ang sinabi ng CHED? So fortunately, I was able to attend the webinar conducted by the UP Center for Integrative and Development Studies, or SIDS, on September 8th. It was also attended by USEC Diosdado San Antonio, and here we see CHED Chair De Vera, okay, saying that the old paradigm of face-to-face versus online will disappear. So I just typed in here the text that I captured from my screen, the slide of Chair De Vera here. In its place will be a flexible system. Moreover, he said that, I hope you can read, okay, modifying syllabus and methodologies. Also, there will be a transition from exam-based system that depends on knowledge creation to group works and projects or task-based work. And then the last one, textbooks will no longer be the sole source of knowledge. Okay, so from DepEd, and now here for CHED. So here, sorry. Okay, so knowing the context of our learners, knowing their preferences, okay, let's now move to learning about some guiding frameworks which we can use in developing our content, because as we have seen from the preferences of basic education students, as well as the plan of CHED, okay, to go to blended learning, it's very important that we are guided with some frameworks. So let me share with you, okay, it's called the Learning to Swim in a Digital Ocean. So the International Telecommunications Union upholds the Digital Competence Framework for Citizens that has been developed by the European Commission. The framework defines digital competencies as the confident, critical, and responsible use of and engagement with digital technologies for learning, working, and participating in the society. So here we can see that there are 8 A levels. So we have the foundation, the intermediate, the advanced, and the highly specialized. And there are descriptors for each level. So if you're interested to know more about the Digital Competence Framework for Citizens, you may look up the European Commission Digital Competence Framework, or DigiComp 2.1. So another framework that we can consider, okay, by the way, these are the 5 areas of digital competence for that, for the digital competence framework for citizens. So first, the information and data literacy, also the communication and collaboration interacting through digital technologies, digital content creation, which I will be discussing more later, and then safety. This includes data privacy, okay, intellectual property, and so on, and of course, problem solving. Also, another framework, okay, which is based on the learning to swim in a digital ocean, okay, presented earlier, is the European Framework for the Digital Competence of Educators. Here, we can see that we have the educators' professional competences, the educators' pedagogic competences, leading to the learners' competences. So if you would want to know more about this framework, specifically for the competence of educators, digital competence of educators, you can go to this website, okay, the EC Europa European, okay, or the DG Com Edu. Okay, and then another one is the UNESCO ICT Competency Framework for Teachers. So, by the way, okay, going back to this slide, okay, so I forgot to mention that it is intended for educators at all levels of education, from early childhood to higher and adult education, including technical, vocational education and training, special needs education, and non-formal learning context. So yung mga kasali na rin yung ALS. The framework is organized into 6 areas, okay, which include professional engagement. So ito po yun. And then digital resources, teaching and learning, assessment, empowering learners, and facilitating learners' digital competence. Okay, now for the UNESCO ICT Competency Framework for Teachers, this particular framework aims to guide pre- and in-service teacher training on the use of ICTs across the education system, and it is designed to be adapted and contextualized to support national and institutional goals of stakeholders who are using it. So as you can see, there are 18 competencies organized into 6 aspects of teachers' professional practice, namely understanding ICT and in education, curriculum and assessment, pedagogy, application of digital skills, organization and administration, and teacher professional learning. Okay, and there are 3 levels of pedagogical use of ICT, namely knowledge acquisition, knowledge deepening, and knowledge creation. And of course, we are more familiar with this one as teachers. We have the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. So we have 7 domains for the PPST. So these domains are the content, knowledge, and pedagogy. And we know that we can actually use technology and content knowledge and pedagogical knowledge simultaneously to come up with what we call the TPAC, or the technological pedagogical content knowledge. We also have the learning environment, diversity of learners, curriculum and planning, assessment and reporting, community linkages and professional engagement, and personal growth and professional development. So as teachers, we are we would want to develop these domains as we move up to the standards. And this one, I came across this one. Okay, this is a journal article from the Journal of Chemical Education, and the authors are Talanker, Bukat, Tasker, and Mahaffey. The title of the article is Lessons from a Pandemic, Educating for Complexity, Change, Uncertainty, Vulnerability, and Resilience. So we have here, okay, according to the authors, chemistry is in a unique position among other sciences to help students develop knowledge, ways of thinking, and practices needed by professionals who can work together to build a sustainable future, who understand global challenges and are empowered to tackle them responsibly and with a scientific mindset. But for that to happen, according to the authors, we will need to revamp our chemistry curricula, pedagogical practices, and assessment tools to shift the focus of attention from the development of pieces of knowledge to the construction of mindsets that help understand and investigate complex problems. So, as we can see here in this figure, okay, we have in the core the systems thinking, okay, and we also have the core understandings, namely, which are categorized into central ideas, socio-environmental literacy, socio-environmental responsibility, and the fundamental practices, according to them, are science practices, disciplinary practices, and collaborative problem-solving practices. So here, they emphasize, instead of doing individual problem-solving, okay, it's very important that we highlight collaborative problem-solving practices. Also, they have presented in their paper, okay, the competencies for each of the categories. So you can just look into this source, okay, the article, so you can read the entire article and consider the competencies here. So it's just my observation though here is that the competencies listed here are compounded. Okay, so as teachers, we are familiar with the smart learning objectives. So probably we could digest, or we could divide these competencies into smaller ones, into more measurable ones, so that we can better create appropriate activities, appropriate instruction for our students, and of course, the corresponding assessments. Now, for the last part of my session, I would want to give or suggest some actions, resilient actions for chemistry education. Okay, so as we have experienced during the previous academic year or previous school year, we developed instructional materials, specifically learning modules or self-learning modules for our students. It may be printed, or maybe we have developed digital modules. Still, it's very important that we are guided by some important ideas or suggestions with regards to how to have a better content or a more meaningful content for our students. Step 1, we have to set our content goals. Okay, hindi pwedeng kung ano lang yung feel ni teacher na i-discuss. Okay, yun lang yung ikukwento niya or pag-uusapan sa klase. So we have to set our content goals. So this is the SMART learning objectives that I was talking about. Okay, our content must mirror SMART learning objectives from our lessons. So as a review, okay, teachers, so ano po ang ibig sabihin ng SMART learning objectives? So S is for specific. We have to make our goals specific and narrow for more effective planning. Our objectives should also be measurable. Our objectives should be attainable, relevant, and time-based or time-bound. Okay, hindi po pwede na 45 or let's say 60 minutes lang po yung klase, pero yung activity na pinapagawa natin ay hindi naman kaya matapos ng ating mga estudyante sa loob lang ng 60 minutes. Okay, so it should be time-bound and yun nga yung A dapat ay attainable. We are to consider this question. What do my students need to learn? And how am I going to teach it? So if we are clear, okay, what we want our students to learn or to achieve in a particular session, may it be an asynchronous or asynchronous session, okay, we have to be clear about those to our students, and we have to have an aligned pedagogical approach, or we have to have an aligned learning activity to achieve that particular goal or learning objective. And also, I know as teachers, we are familiar with the Bloom's taxonomy. And of course, you know that the Bloom's taxonomy has been revised. Okay, but let me share to you what I found. Okay, Bloom's taxonomy, digital planning verbs. When we write our lesson plans or maybe a daily log or a weekly plan, okay, we can make use of these verbs in formulating or writing our lesson objectives. Okay, so ito po digital na. So we can see here annotating, tweeting. Okay, there's also tagging. Here for the creating part, okay, you can see here blogging, animating, okay, podcasting. So the Bloom's taxonomy also has evolved, okay, and keeping with the digital mode or digital technology that we make use of during this time of the pandemic. Okay, so step 2, we will have to create our persona, and we already have done this part earlier. So when we create our persona, okay, as a review, we look at our students' characteristics, our students' pains, and our students' gains. Also, it's very important that we contextualize our curriculum. And according to DepEd, contextualization refers to the educational process of relating the curriculum to a particular setting, a situation, or area of application to make the competencies relevant, meaningful, and useful to all learners. Diba usually ang mga estudyante natin ang tinatanong, Ma'am, Sir, bakit po ba natin inaaral ito? Okay, so if we can contextualize our lessons or the concepts that we teach our students, then we can answer their questions about the usefulness and the relevance of our lesson or topics. Okay. So why is contextualization important? So when we contextualize our lessons, we have, or we make our lesson or our content more relatable to our students. Second, okay, we also make it more experiential, okay, because if it's within their context, most probably they have already experienced that context, or they have experienced that concept that we would want them to learn. Also, it becomes more accessible. Okay, so kasi nga, nasa konteksto lang nila, mas madali nilang ma-access. And finally, if the content is more relatable, more experiential, and more accessible, then the learning becomes lifelong. And so we have real life learning for our students when we contextualize our content. And finally, okay, or the third step, I mean, is read, gather, and write. So this part, okay, is tedious work. It involves tedious work because it entails a lot of research and preparation. It is understandable that some teachers do not devote much time to extensive curating of learning. And step 4, we choose the right tools. As the learning objectives must reflect the entire lesson, right tools are also needed to effectively deliver our content. We can combine different media to address different learning styles, and as long as the media are appropriate in achieving the set goals. So we can consider the learning styles of our students, which are actually related to the multiple intelligences. Okay, so there are 8 multiple intelligences. We can provide activities for the music smart students, body smart, people smart, word smart, logic smart, nature smart, and self smart, and picture smart students. Okay, so there are some activities here, okay, or tools like the graphs, flashcards, and for auditory, we can make use of music, or just the simple lecture. For those who are physically, this learning style is more on the kinesthetic or the physical. Of course, they will need activities, hands-on activities. They will need to move and so on. Okay, now we have discussed how to create our content, and now I'm going to share with you some strategies for assessment. So I'd like to share with you this activity that I give to my class. I handle undergrad class and as well as graduate classes, but here for my undergrad class, they are future science and math teachers. So I teach EDSC 102, or the teaching and learning physical science. So here I give them a choice. They could either do the kitchen chemistry activity or the product brand comparison activity. So for the kitchen chemistry, they will select materials found in their kitchen, which they think they may use if they were a science teacher to teach a chemistry concept. Document the process of selection of kitchen materials. You may take a video or photo. Okay, and they would prepare an activity procedure using the kitchen materials that they may use in teaching the identified chemistry concept. And of course, I provide the rubric so that they will have an idea how they will be rated or scored. So also, okay, I have here the product brand comparison. They are to select 2 personal care products like shampoo, soap, toothpaste, cosmetics, and they have at least 3 brands for each product. Example, 3 brands for shampoo and 3 brands for bath soap. Also, they are to compare the brands on the basis of their components for use, safety, quality, and cost. And they may include other criteria appropriate for the selected products. And I encourage them to be as creative as possible. So wala pong isang way to present their output. Okay, and also here is the rubric, okay, to guide them how they will be rated. So this is one of my favorite outputs from my student. Okay, tinanggal ko na lang po yung name niya. So he recreated yung Shopee. Okay, so of course we are familiar with Shopee, and ginamit niya yung interface ng similar interface as Shopee, and he called it Shopee. So here I like the idea of my student, wherein he created this one. Okay, so his products are anti-dandruff shampoo and deodorant for men. Okay, and then ito po yung 3 brands niya for this particular personal product, and the 3 brands for the deodorant. And then, ginawa niya po yung, remember sa Shopee or in any online shopping app, meron pong review feature. And so yung mga sagot niya po doon sa questions, sa guide questions, ay ginawa niyang form ng review. Okay, so for instance, itong Head and Shoulders, okay, ginawa niya ng review in terms of the components or ingredients, I mean, and then yung cost and so on. Tapos, Clear and Palmolive. Tapos ito yung, what are the differences and similarities of the different personal care product brands? Okay, so I just found this output very creative. Another assessment tool that you can use is what we call the compass points. We can use this at the start when checking prior knowledge or experience of students, or end of the lesson when interpreting evidence of learning. So yung east, west, north, south, okay, ay ginawang excitement, worries, needs, and stands, steps, and suggestions. So you have their guide questions, what excites you, okay, about the topic, what worries you about the topic, okay, what do you need to know more about the topic, and so on. Okay, and then there's also the stars and stares. We use this at the end of the lesson when interpreting evidence of learning. Okay, so merong what is the opinion of our student? What does our student think of their strength, and what do they think they need to work on? And then we will give them feedback, okay, about what we think as teachers about their strengths and what they should still work on. And then based on the opinion and the teacher's feedback, the student will state or plan, okay, about what will be his next step. And then there's also the 3-2-1 exit ticket. Okay, we can have our students give 3 things that they learned during our session with them, and then 2 words or phrases that they learned more about, and 1 question that they still have after our session. Also, we have the plus delta. We can ask them what worked well and what should be changed. And of course, they could give solutions, okay, or the action steps. And this one, okay, it's a annotating software. Okay, we can subscribe this for free. We can make our students use this one, okay, for videos that they produce. Diba, we usually ask them to produce videos, or sometimes when we ask them to create an output and they choose to create or shoot a video, we can have them annotate the video so that we can know that they understand, okay, what concepts that they have integrated in the video from, of course, from the topics that we have discussed in our classes, or which are in their modules. You can also ask questions while students watch the video that we as teachers give them. Okay, so we can do this for students produced videos, or for the videos that we have created for them, or sometimes we get videos from YouTube. Okay, so instead of just making them watch the video, we can ask questions using this annotation app. Okay, so with that, I leave you with this quotation. If a learning material is designed to be highly relevant and delivered in context, then it is likely to be useful. So let's redesign our curriculum, let's redesign our instruction, and correspondingly, let's redesign our assessment. So thank you very much for attending this session. We are now ready to have the question and answer forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paderna. We have several questions here. I was reading through them and I noticed that they can be put together into at least 3 groups. The first set of questions, they were about laboratory classes being an existing crisis for science educators. I'm going to read the questions all together so you can answer in one breath, so to speak. Okay, this is from Rachel Patalingho. Virtual and simulation-based learning seems to be most effective only for chemistry students in higher year levels due to experience and theoretical familiarity. And majority of high school chemistry education lacks intensive laboratory exposure. So then from another person, Eunice Pacifico, similar, do you have any suggestions that the universities may implement to continue laboratory courses in distance learning setup? There are a lot of universities who do not offer lab courses even in grad school, and that delays student graduation. Then a third question, which is along the same line, online classes does not guarantee effective learning for students since there are many aspects in chemistry class that needs practical and lab works, which is far more effective than theories alone. What is your practical approach to address this? And since not all students have access to laboratories and even online classes. Yeah, basically online lab and how effective they are. Dr. Rowena.
Yes, Sir Eric. So I think well, my personal take on the laboratory classes, for now it has to really wait until we get an approval or a go signal for our students to return to the laboratories. So what I'm thinking are short-term solutions. For instance, if we can create activities which will actually take on the same concepts, but will require us to offer alternative materials for our students to use and conduct the activities in their homes. So as of now, yun pa lang po ang pwede kong offer na sagot because we still don't know when we can all go back to the laboratories or in general in our physical classrooms.
Thank you, Wina. No, on your last point about having students bring a kit to their homes and do it at home, I inquired on the legality or on the of that according to a legal opinion. Now, several legal opinions. Anything that you authorize the students to do, perform at home, take home experiments, there remains a liability for the institution who authorized it. Now, what do you think? Like, if I authorize a student to boil an egg just to demonstrate the effect of temperature on the denaturation of the proteins, tapos napaso, and then the student got burned. I mean, the university may be liable, isn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar of any policy or guidelines with respect to the legalities. So I'm not sure. I think it would be best that our organizations here in PFCS would spearhead creating the set of policies or guidelines that will actually be used for take home or bring home activities from the laboratory. So, but I agree that it's very dangerous and it's a big responsibility for the university to take on
Yes.
the bring home activities.
It's spelled out in the no, in the family code. There's a section in the family code that says to this effect: if you authorize, the university authorizes something, regardless of the venue where it will be conducted, if it is sanctioned by the university, the liability remains with the university. So anyway, let's move on to the next question. This set of questions has to do with assessment and integrity. I think it has to do with the cheating and dishonesty. So from Doroteo Peruelo, how do we preserve assessment integrity in the new normal of virtual learning? And another question from Paula Bacani, how can we effectively implement the practice of honesty and integrity on assessments, examinations on an online setup?
Yeah, there's what we call the authentic assessment. So it's another form of assessment different from the traditional way of assessing our students, which is normally paper and pen type of test, or what we call the standardized test. So if we can give more of the authentic assessments, making students create outputs from our lessons, then what will be important for that is that we ask our students to document the process and how they have created their output. So
Okay.
if they can, let's say, they are going to take a video, or if they are going to write something about it, then all should be documented. And it's the only way that we can assure that it is our students who are working on the output.
Pero mahirap yun, ma'am, di ba? It's not easy because you are kilometers away. Now, anyway, I think this will be the last question. This is from Julius Victoria Saluria. What are the indicators used by DepEd and, if present, CHED, used by CHED to determine the success of the remote learning schemes they implemented? Do you agree with the identified success indicators? And would they really reflect the amount and level of learning the students achieve?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not aware of any evaluation of the previous year when remote or blended learning have been implemented. So I think the DepEd and the CHED are still doing the evaluation. In fact, what I'm more familiar is with the plan of DepEd to revise the K-12 curriculum, but I think it will be delayed because of the pandemic. It is supposed to be out by 2022, but I think the activities are delayed. So let's expect most probably it will be out 2023. with regards to CHED, I haven't heard anything from CHED yet.
Okay, well, that's all the time we have for this plenary lecture. Thank you to all the participants who participated by sending their questions. We will forward those questions that were not addressed to Dr. Paderna, so she may address them and maybe relay to you the answers later. We can post it. Okay, at this point, we would like to thank Dr. Paderna once again and award this certificate of appreciation for sharing her insights on resilient action for chemistry education during the 35th Philippine Chemistry Congress held on 2024 September 2021 via Cisco WebEx and UBA, signed by Dr. Glenn Villalea, President of the PFCS and Chair of the 35th PCC, signed also by Dr. Fabian Dairit, Chair 35th PCC Programs Committee. So let's give Dr. Paderna a very warm round of digital applause. That concludes the plenary lectures for day one of the PCC 35. What we have heard so far were very informative and challenging. The ideas presented here have been a healthy mix of chemistry, pure chemistry, and applied chemistry, and the challenges towards rebuilding what we lost for the past year or so, and the long-term issues of environmental protection at the background of economic development. Nature has taught us and is still teaching us that adaptation is the key. It is the key to not just survival, but because just to survive is not fun, but to a harmonious coexistence. Eventually, we will be coexisting with COVID, for example, as we have been coexisting with the microbes that has come our way before. Okay. All right. Thank you again, Dr. Paderna. We shall proceed with the opening of the poster exhibits to be led by the PFCS President, Dr. Glenn Villalea, and the presidents of the PFCS member organizations. Okay, I think I've been talking too fast because I am very mindful of the time. So, yes, it's 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. To all our dear participants and guests, on behalf of the Philippine Federation of Chemistry Societies, I declare the poster presentations officially open. Good luck to all our poster presenters. Also, in behalf of PFCS, I'm also declaring the exhibit booths officially open. Thank you very much.
Sir Eric, please unmute.
Oh, sorry. I thought I mute and I unmute. Unmute. Okay. Thank you, Nick, for reminding me. Thank you for the exhibit opening, Dr. Alea. May I now call Dr. Marisa Noel, the chair of the incredibly important committee, the 35th PCC Ways and Means Committee. She will introduce our sponsors who are making this event possible. Dr. Noel?
Good afternoon. I am proud and honored to present our industry partners in the 35th PCC. They have contributed in various ways, and most of them will also participate as exhibitors. Our platinum sponsors are Rainfield Incorporated, Shimadzu Philippines Corporation. We have gold sponsors, which include Chemisphere Lab Sciences, ChemRes Technologies Incorporated, DKSH Philippines Incorporated, Dynalab Corporation, Mettler Toledo Philippines Incorporated, and Thermo Fisher Scientific Limited. The silver sponsors are ELV Technologies Philippines Incorporated, Novulab Asia Corporation, and Sigmatech Incorporated. And joining us as first sponsors are Bellman Laboratories, Brownstone Asia Tech Incorporated, Dakila Trading Corporation, Elasco International Corporation, Gilburn Corporation, Catherine Field Incorporated, Krypton International Resources Sales and Services Incorporated, we have Labware Philippines, Merck Incorporated, QES Technology Philippines Incorporated, and you may not find them represented in the exhibits, but Nestle Philippines and ITS Science Philippines have also supported us significantly. Please join me in thanking all of them for being with us through several chemistry congresses, and most especially this year, despite the limitations and challenges of the virtual platform. Our exhibitors have come up with creative and innovative ways of showcasing their products and services, and I enjoin you all to visit their booths as many times as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Noel. Yes, let us visit our sponsors' exhibit booths. And of course, the best way to show our gratitude is through their products. Let us continue to support our sponsors. We have to buy, that's what it means. Okay, with that, please join me at the exhibit hall. The virtual exhibit is next door, and you know how to get there digitally. Let us all enjoy the Huva experience. Thank you, everyone, and stay safe.